feeling out there? We're back. As always, if you want to join the show, click the link in the comments and you can join the show and chop it up. Let's talk election. Let's go. Don't take my word for it. Look that mess up, please.
Yeah.
Yeah, you know what I'm saying? KCE, King
An
Chaka.
educated and united public cannot be controlled. Get organized. Learn to be active.
Looks like we got us another hit.
You tell her to get away from me. She's crazy.
Choose your destiny.
You can go left, or you can go right. You can go forward, but never ever back.
An educated and united public cannot be controlled. Get organized. Learn to be active. Investigate both sides of the argument. Come up with your own conclusions.
Oh yeah, yeah, oh yeah, yeah, oh yeah, yeah, oh lame, lame.
Hey, how y'all doing out there? How y'all feel? Remember, an educated public cannot be controlled. Learn to be active. The views and events expressed here are totally whack and are not necessarily the views of anyone. ¿Cómo estás? Bien, bien, bien. Podemos ayudarnos más? Sí se puede. And don't take my word for it. Look that mess up. Please do it for your own benefit. If nothing else, look that up. Please. I swear, I think that the biggest problem with all of this is that we're taking instruction from people who we value, who we look up to, who we respect, who we think are an authority or whatever, and we're not double checking that stuff ourselves. Like some of these people may not have nefarious motives, some of these people just maybe make a mistake or they maybe are misinformed. You know, it's up to you to interrogate the information that you are presenting from whoever they are, even if they're an authority. Now, we should respect science. I believe in that. But you can check that. They have their data there. They want you to come look at their stuff, bro. Trust me. The scientist is like, man, I don't know about your data or whatever. How'd you come across this information or whatever? They're going to be like, come here right now and look at this. I got plenty of stuff now. And it's open for interpretation in some instances. Like you can look at the data and come up with your own interpretation. But hey, I'd love to hear your interpretation, and I'd love to understand your methodology to come to those conclusions. I mean, we don't have to be scientists. We don't have to be scientists. All I'm saying is check, double check, check the data, whatever side you're on, even if they're your side, the side that you support and you agree with them. Check yourself. You think that you know about whatever it is, or you're confident about whatever it is, ask some questions, ask yourself some questions. How did you come about those conclusions? What kind of bias could you possibly have? Was your information good? Were you misinformed? Is there a second opinion or backup or fact check that I could look at? Anyways, apologies to the fans because I haven't been on in a while. This green screen is kind of bothering me. I've been having all kinds of technical difficulties because I haven't been on in a while. That's just how it goes. But it is what it is. We're here, we're pumping. Election day is today. It's 11/5, 2024. So it's going to definitely be a historic day. It's definitely going to be that without a doubt. It's scary, crazy times. I ain't going to lie. I had to unplug a bit. That's part of the reason why I wasn't here and I was focusing on school. I'm trying to get up out of there. But I also needed to unplug a bit. I was drained and out of there as a result of this election. I don't get a lot of ads. I pay to make sure that I don't get a lot of ads. And so, but I still get some ads, and it's so freaking overwhelmingly annoying. I don't know. When I'm at work and I walk by the TV and there's an ad, I kind of be trying to look at it, and I don't know if I'm trying to gauge people's reactions or just trying to see which ads I've been missing because of my particular algorithm. And I don't care who you are, you think that you got the perfect setup or whatever, that you're getting balanced information from both sides. Trust me, you're not. None of us are. It just is what it is because the algorithm knows you better than you know yourself. So your intentions, your impressions, your clicks, they tell the algorithm a lot about you, and they know where you are politically. Trust and believe. And so they're going to give you stuff that goes along for the most part. Because sometimes the algorithm wants to outrage you and get, because that's how they get people to interact with the content. But yeah, they know where you are politically, and they're sending you stuff that you are gonna like or whatever. Stuff that's in your, like, we're all in a bubble. We all have a bubble, and the stuff that's for your bubble is what you're getting. And like there is no escaping it. I do not care. And I try. I really do. And I'm probably better than a lot of people with the so we could just right now, I could open up my feed and we can scroll and we can vote. Y'all can judge it and tell me what you think about its balance, because I'm willing to bet it's more balanced than a lot of feeds because I do interact with both sides. And I'm purposely do this, like I've been cultivating my stream, like what goes down my timeline for years now. And so yeah, there's a lot of work has been put into it, and that's the reason why I get the results that I get, and I use it for the show. That's I've been doing the show for a while, and even before the show I was kind of, I had been cultivating my timeline with with it in mind of getting more of a balanced stuff to come down my feed. Like sometimes I'll click like on something that I don't necessarily agree with, but I do it because I know the algorithm is counting that shit. And you don't have to click, the amount of time you spend when you're scrolling and you stop for a little while and you don't even look at the comments and you just look at the image for a few seconds. The algorithm caught that, bro. Best to believe the algorithm caught that. They know that you had a little bit of interest in that image, and that's how they feed you what what they know you like. Anyways, I went on a tangent. Look that shit up yourself. That is the motto of this show. So let's get into it a bit. Where do we want to start? What do y'all think? What are y'all predictions, right? Landslide victory for one side or the other, really tight race. I think with the worst case scenario, not even looking at it from like an ideological perspective, but the worst case scenario for the United States is for it to be a close election and Trump to lose. And now that's not looking at it from wanting one side to win or the other. That's just like looking at things from a realistic perspective. Things are gonna get crazy. Things are gonna get crazy. They've been crazy already, but things are gonna get crazy regardless of what happens. But at the same time, the ultimate level craziness will happen if that's the scenario. Basically, is what I'm saying. A tight race and Trump loses, and some states aren't able to certify the election until later because they having trouble counting ballots. It's been a lot of legislation coming in causing uh, certain groups to have trouble counting ballots. Is going to make it harder for them because they want certain things like double checks and hand counts and stuff like that. But anyways, you always have states that aren't able to certify their elections on election night. It happens every year. It's just that, if it does, most of the states, because of the electoral college, aren't really, they're in play, but what happens there doesn't really matter because it matters. It's just predetermined. So they already know what's going to happen in most of the states. So if the irregularities or the problems or the, not being able to vote, count the votes happen in one of those states that are going to decide the election, then that's when we really gonna get into some craziness. The lawsuits are already started, and the courts are stacked in one of the sides' favor. So if it goes into the courts, that side is gonna have a lot of strength. And if that side is, in a position to be able to draw things out and cause more confusion, man, we're on edge. The American people are on edge and have been for a while now, bro. Like the razor's edge. You can feel the energy outside. Like you could feel like it rained last night and this morning, and I feel like the rain is like related to the energy that's out there. It's palpable, related to this election. Like people are really antsy. I mean, it's really crazy. I don't know if it's that I'm more aware of politics now, you know, or or it's not true. Like I'm just in my feelings about it. What I'm trying to say is that has it been this bad before? Have it has That's what I've been asking myself. You know, is it that I'm more sensitive to politics now and I understand things better? Is that the reason why? Or is it actually more intense than I can remember? Because right now I feel like it's more intense than I can remember it being before other elections. I mean, they say that shit every time, like this is the most important election of your life. The world's gonna come to an end, if you don't vote for the right candidate. They say that every year. I mean, every election cycle. But I don't feel like that. I don't feel like that world's gonna come to an end or all like that. It's the most important election of your lifetime. That's not what I'm saying. I'm saying that I've never felt it so tense about the election. Things are tense. I think that people aren't spending as much money. They're not going out to eat as much. They're just kind of, worried about what's going to happen. How is it going to affect their lives, this election? So it's crazy because if all the people out there who's say their vote don't matter, and if you've been watching this show long enough, then you know how I feel about voting as far as it being a pacifier or whatever. Only a small part of fighting against or fighting for whatever it is you're fighting for. But if you felt like voting doesn't matter, then why do we have this impending dread feeling? I'm sure you guys all feel it, whether you've been politically active or not. It's an energy in the air. I know y'all can feel it. So yeah, if you think that your voting doesn't matter, then why the hell is it so stressful? Like the energy, the stress, you can feel it. What do y'all want? Let's look at some of this to start with. We did some interviews too. I'm gonna play some of them. We did a project for class, and I recorded some of them on my phone, so I'm gonna play some of those political interviews. But let's look at this first.
Tonight, after poll close in the states, you will see what we see in real time. The first thing is that once polls close in a state, I'm going to tell you in real time whether a state looks like a toss-up, whether it's way or another. And then I'm going to take you into the states, look at the maps, and I'm going to show you comparisons to how the vote now is to the vote last time in 2020. Georgia, there's a story here. Democrats winning urban areas and Republicans doing better in rural areas. We'll see if those patterns hold up this year. Part of this is it matters where the vote 2D map. I'm going to show you where these arrows point in blue. If Democrats are doing better, where these arrows point to the right in red, if Republicans are doing better. So you see what we see: patience. It may take a while for us to know the winners, but we'll see all the way through. Here's an example of what happened in 2020. Here's Wisconsin. If I rewind the clock on Wisconsin to just after poll close, no vote in. But even an hour after poll close, and I'll point to 10 p.m. there, what you see is a few counties had come in, but most of them had not. You can't rely just on that first part of counted vote. In this case, you had to see almost all of it to know the final outcome. Doesn't mean anything's wrong, just means you got to have patience. That's how we'll cover it tonight at the CBS News Data Desk.
Like he's talking to little kids in a elementary or whatever. Like they're so it's like babying you. But it's crazy the conspiracy theories and all of the stuff about, irregularities and stuff. He has to get on there and say, the vote the stuff might not come in or might switch from one side to the other. People have to understand that the different you know, some states already start counting like mail-in ballots and early ballots, early voting ballots, and they're already start counting them. And before the elections, so they've already got them logged in. There's other states where they can't do any counting until election stuff. You have the mail-in ballots can come all the way to. Anyways, it's what I'm trying to say is that you know it makes it those people who build those conspiracy theories. They use the way that the thing happens to say that they're cheating, you know, and it works when you don't know how things work. Other thing I want to say about this is that they always whip out their newest toys. You can see this guy really enjoying playing with it. They always whip out their new toys in election time. They new graphics and um, new technologies that they have. It's pretty cool though. I ain't gonna lie, the way that they can really break that stuff down. But what's really sad is it ain't even gonna matter to a lot of people. They're not gonna believe it. How did we get here? Anyways, it's gonna be cool when they're gonna be looking at the data as it comes in. That's some cool stuff. Oh, buddy said, F around and find out. Did y'all see this?
But I also want to be clear. Anybody who thinks it's time to play militia, F around and find out. Anybody who thinks it's time to insult, to deride, to mistreat, to threaten people, F around and find out. We do have the cuffs, we do have the jail cells, we do have the Philly juries, and we have the state prisons. So if you're going to try to turn an election into some form of coercion, if you're going to try to bully people, bully votes or voters, you're going to try to erase votes, you're going to try any of that nonsense, we're not playing. F around and find out. But I also...
He said it multiple times, like he planned that. He's like, man, I'm going to tell them to F around and find out. I'm going to make sure they hear that. I ain't playing with y'all. It's South Philadelphia not playing with y'all, bro. Don't come with that drama over there. They said, what he said? We got handcuffs, we got jail cells, we got what you want. We got a baton over the head. What do you want? Come get some. That's funny to me. Is New York Post posted this. It says Philadelphia District Attorney Larry Krasner issued a blunt warning to those looking to interfere with the election process today. Let's read some comments. It says, love him. Another one, voting machines are down in Pennsylvania. I have a clip that showed, like, I know where they're getting it from because I saw a clip. We don't know. I didn't verify. I didn't look at it. But, you know, it's going to be stuff like that going to keep on coming out. You're going to keep on hearing stuff about voting irregularities and stuff like that. Crazy times. Comment, it says, you mean like the left is doing? What does he mean? Messing with the mailboxes and stuff. One side always says it was the other side who does things, and then it doesn't even matter what the information says. You're like, they're lying, or it was a guy posing as somebody, and then sometimes that does happen. You know, it's such a freaking mess. You'll have a guy from the other side dress up and pretend to be a guy from the other side look better, and they'll go and do something like, I don't know, burn some ballots. You know, these people going to jail, bro. They're not gonna let you get away with that, bro. Like, you know, we have these CCTV cameras everywhere. They got you at your intersections on your way over there, bro. Like, they're gonna piece it together and come and get you. Another comment, it says, if only he reacted this one. Remember when Obama's new Black Panther showed up with clubs in Philly? No, I don't have this much enthusiasm to protect us everyday citizens from crime as he does the election. Yeah, he's probably, politicians know how to like get in front of the camera, as far as they know the moment when it's gonna be something, you know. And it's about, a lot of it is a freaking popularity contest, so they just be trying to get famous and shit. Like, we don't know who you are, bro. And we're gonna forget your name after this segment. Another comment says, where was this tough guy when Black Lives Matter and Antifa was burning down the city? Another one, Krasner bought to you by Soros. Another one, is Trump in a landslide today. We will see. We will definitely see in a little while. It won't be long. Another comment says, erase votes, give me a break. James O'Keefe has on camera a woman undercover in Philly getting NGO officials on video saying that all you need is an ITIN to vote and that you don't need to be a U.S. citizen. They're literally registering illegals as we speak. There's no evidence to support this. You can't just say stuff like that. Like, What evidence do you have to support that? Show us some receipts.
All right, folks, prediction time. I just want to stress these are my predictions. These are not the predictions of Now This as a whole. I'm not an expert or a scientist. I'm just a sicko who's obsessed with elections and polls and everything else. So let's just get right down to it. Here's the map as it stands with the swing states grayed out. Now, if you'll notice, there's one state that was previously red that I now have as a swing state, and that's Iowa, thanks to Ann Seltzer, her incredible poll that had Kamala Harris up 3. This is pretty shocking. Ann Seltzer is notable for going against the grain and sort of revealing things that we don't know yet, right? She knew that Hillary Clinton's lead was not what we thought in 2016. She knew that Joe Biden didn't have such a comfortable lead in 2020. And now she says Kamala Harris is actually ahead of Trump in a state that, even if her poll showed him up by 4, would still have been very, very bad news for him. That being said, outliers still exist. So I'm still going to go ahead and put this one in the red column. And I'm also going to do that for Arizona. I just think the polls there, more than any other state, have shown a significant lean towards the Republicans. That could be border issues. It could be racial depolarization among Latinos. But I really think Arizona is going to go to Trump this year. Now, Nevada, speaking of
I have to say, a lot of Latinos seem to be supporting Trump. It seems to be that's the way it's going. I know they're not a monolith. I know that demographic is not a monolith, but I'm seeing a lot of support. And I was watching a video earlier today where they were talking just about that. The Latina community, and they were arguing amongst themselves about the topic, and it's really kind of surprising to me that there would be so many Latino people that support Donald Trump. But
prolific, well-respected pollsters, John Ralston of Nevada, has just posted his prediction that Kamala Harris is going to win it in a slight edge. And he did that by looking at the early votes. Now, usually with early votes, they're not too predictive, right? You can't really tell too much. You don't know if your electorate in 2024 is going to have the same habits they did in 2020 when there was a pandemic and everyone was voting by mail, right? And especially in Nevada, which just instituted automatic voter registration. That means every time you go to the DMV, you get signed up to vote, and they make you pick a party. And a lot of people are not picking parties. So there's this huge influx of non-party affiliated voters, and independents and non-party affiliates tend to break towards Kamala Harris, right? So when you look at where that all lays up, it is pointing to a narrow win for Kamala in Nevada. Then we're going to the Rust Belt here, the blue wall states, right? Pennsylvania, Wisconsin, and Michigan. Michigan has been the bluest polling state for Kamala the entire campaign, really. I think it's pretty safely in her pocket. Wisconsin is is a little trickier, though, right? Wisconsin doesn't have many people of color as Michigan. It was one of the real shockers for Trump in 2016, and even Biden barely won it in 2020. It was really close, but we're seeing big turnout in school areas, and we're seeing it in Madison, and there's proximity to Minnesota, where Tim Walz is obviously the governor. So my gut thinks that Wisconsin's going to be blue. And now we get to Pennsylvania. This is my home state.
Pennsylvania, that's what they're thinking. Pennsylvania's going to decide, if it's going to be close. And, the thing is about the polls, a lot of people were saying that these people were playing it safe, trying to protect their reputations. And, the polls got it real tight. You know what I mean? I think it has Hillary up with 1 point. But those polls, you can't never rely on those damn polls anyways, and you would think that it would be more fluctuation in the polls, but they're coming back all so similar. It's just crazy, like they're getting the same samples or whatever. Who the hell knows what the hell is going on? But it could be the polls that were completely wrong, and it won't come down to states like Pennsylvania and some of those ones that or red traditionally may go blue. I mean, I'm not calling no blue wave, but what I'm saying is, the polls, we don't know. And what they're saying is Pennsylvania is going to come down to Pennsylvania. If it's close, it's going to come down to Pennsylvania.
I am from Northeast Pennsylvania, NEPA, the bellwether of bellwethers, right? There have been books written about how my home county switched from Obama to Trump in 2016. That being said, in the years since, the state's gotten a lot more blue. It has a Democratic governor. It has a Democratic state house. I used to work in the Pennsylvania State House of Representatives. I would have never in a million years thought the Democrats would ever fall. There's a lot more college educated voters now. And, the cities are growing, especially in Southwestern PA, around Pittsburgh and Allegheny.
It's a lot of students. It's a lot of students in that state. Dang it, I forgot what I was going to say.
I just really think that Pennsylvania, given its sort of, Democratic movement over the last few years, and I think this is a state where the ground game is really going to make a difference, where, you have Elon Musk outsourcing it and just throwing people in the back of a van and hoping they'll knock on doors versus the 100,000 volunteers that Kamala has knocking on people's doors in Pennsylvania. And I really think Pennsylvania is going to go blue. I don't even think it's going to be that close, to be honest with you. Again, I'm an optimist. I've been very bullish on Kamala for a while now, but this is just where I see things. And then we get to these two, North Carolina and Georgia. And these are big because these are ones we're going to find out relatively early on Tuesday, right? This is how we'll know, whether she's running away with it or, the polls were wrong and they're underestimating Trump support again, or, holy moly, Kamala might just take this whole thing. And North Carolina, this one, Biden lost North Carolina by so little. It was so close in North Carolina. And there was a last minute sex scandal with the Senate candidate, Cal Cunningham, that might have just put Biden, just a little bit under what he needed to win North Carolina. But again, I think this is a state with a lot of college educated people moving to it. I think the demographics of North Carolina are trending in a way that is favorable to Biden. Plus, they have a historically bad candidate in Lieutenant Governor Mark Robinson running for governor. This is the man who posted on Nude Africa about various cuckolding fetishes with his wife and claimed proudly that he was allegedly claimed proudly that he was a black Nazi, end quote. And, people say the reverse coattails effect is like a bad underballot candidate affecting the top of the ticket. But I think in this case, Mark Robinson is so historically bad, and it was so close last time, that I really, truly think that North Carolina could go to Kamala Harris. And that leaves us Georgia. I mean, if you'll notice on the map, she's already won, right? But what I'm really hoping for, just for my own sanity, is that one of North Carolina or Georgia gets called earlier. And again, we got to go back to Georgia. The polls in Georgia have not been great for Kamala Harris this year. This one seems to have shifted more red since 2020. But again, at the end of the day, Joe Biden won the election in Georgia. Raphael Warnock and John Huff both won their elections in Georgia. This is another state that's seeing a lot of college educated people move to. And I feel like it might go to Kamala. I don't know. That's my gut. The counter theory is that racial depolarization is real, right? Black and Latino voters are starting to vote more for Republicans. They're not as historically reliable for Democrats as they have.
I was about to say that about Georgia, because Georgia has a lot of black people there, and there is a significant number of black people who are supporting Trump. And it's like economics. It's for economic reasons. I mean, it's hard to just say what the reason why people vote, but that one is key, I think, in Georgia. And who the hell knows what's going to happen? But Georgia's going to be in play.
Have been. That's a theory. That hasn't really been proven. That could also just be the pollsters having a hard time reaching Black and Latino voters. I think there's more of an argument to be had that racial depolarization is more real among Latino voters than it is Black voters. And again, in a state like Georgia, I honestly think that Georgia is going to show out to elect Kamala Harris president. And that's my gut. That's my vibe. 308 to 230. I hope. I could be very wrong. I'm not saying she can't lose, and I'm not saying he can't win, but my gut feeling throughout this whole election is that the polls missed in 2016. So I thought, okay, sure, they'd fix it for 2020. Then they missed in 2020. And I thought, surely by now they must be trying to fix things. And I think they are. And I think there's evidence, at least I'm persuaded by, that a lot of the pollsters are putting their thumbs on the scale to sort of give Trump more of an advantage because they're not seeing it in their polls and they're scared of missing it again. That's why you have these polls from Pennsylvania, from reputable places that are saying they're turning a Kamala Harris +4 among registered voters and applying a very strict and weird likely voter screen and turning that into a Trump +1. There are people who are hurting their polls, which is they're scared to actually come out and say something for fear of being wrong. So they're all just giving ties, even though it's statistically improbable, if not impossible, for a tie to exist in this many cases. And again, it's the vibes as well, man. I just look at her campaign where she's done almost nothing wrong. And I look at Trump's campaign where they're flailing and desperate and sweaty and talking about squirrels and garbage.
Where did the squirrel story come from? Anyways, I saw it come down my timeline, but I didn't pay attention to it really. I mean, I just read over it, and I'm like, man, what the hell, bro? Like, oh man, this is crazy. The squirrel story was not on my bingo card, bro. You couldn't have seen that coming. Well, how did that happen? As far as them grabbing a hold to this particular story and it going viral and people being all emotional about it. All the shit, out of all the shit that's going on in the world, bro, y'all concerned about. Come on, man. People shoot squirrels. I used to shoot squirrels as a kid with my BB gun. I mean, I'm not proud of it. I'm just saying, like.
And not exactly finishing strong. In 2016, there was a last minute shift of momentum towards Hillary Clinton, right? 2020, I don't know. I don't know what happened at the end of 2020. Ann Seltzer said that Trump was stronger than the polls believed. So that was an indicator. And both of those indicators here, the last minute shift of momentum seems to be against Trump. Ann Seltzer released a shocking poll that is against Trump. And, you know, it really seems like everything is falling into place, except for these polls, which we have good reason to doubt that Kamala Harris is going to win pretty handily. I really hope I'm not wrong, but I'm putting it all out there on the line in advance. These are my predictions, and we'll see what happens soon. All right, folks.
What did he say? 320 to 206? I don't think. I think that's a little extra. But we're going to see. Let's read some comments. It says, it's game time, folks. Here's what the final election results could look like. So this is the guy's comments. It says, Texas, we're going blue. Another one that says, my parents immigrated here 41 years ago and lived as legal residents, but this year they officially became citizens so they could vote in this election. My dad's first time ever voting, and for a woman. How do you know for sure what your dad voted for? I don't know. Immigrants tend to go red. I don't know why that is. Maybe somebody who's an immigrant can let me know why that is. Another comment says, both my husband and I are the nonpartisan registered Las Vegas, Nevada residents you spoke of, and we both voted blue up and down the ballot. Even more notable, before 2016, we were both registered Republicans, fiscal conservatives, but always social liberals. Fiscal conservatives and social liberals. I can get with that. I feel that. Yeah, so you switch from Republican to Democrat. What did they say? 2016? Before 2016, they were both registered Republicans. Interesting. So what do they don't like? What they don't like is the physical conservatism is not strong enough with the Republicans, or the social conservatism of the Republicans is too much for you to deal with. I'd like to know. Comments, it says, we're hoping Missouri will be the last purple shade of red this time. We're looking very hard to become a swing state again. Another one, voted blue in Pennsylvania this year. Another one, I just want to shock the world. This election, I just want to shock the world. This election in Ohio go blue. So this is now this. They're pretty liberal. They're pretty on the Democratic side. It seems like all the comments are that. Another one that says too much red across America. Let's go PA. Pretty much all of them. Let's go Michigan, Pennsylvania, North Carolina. Pretty much all the comments are coming from the left.
All right, folks. Prediction time.
My bad. Yeah, what do y'all think? Tight race or landslide?
People who are concerned that you didn't concede the election in 2020 when you lost, they're concerned that if you lost this election, you would say to those people.
I think they're crazy. If I lose an election, if it's a fair election, I'd be the first one to acknowledge it. And I think so far, I think it's been fair. I think there's been a lot of court cases. Both sides are lawyered up. Thousands of lawyers are involved, thousands. Can you imagine? And part of that is because we have too complicated. Paper is more sophisticated now than computers. It's watermarked paper. It's unbelievable what happens with it. There's nothing you can do to cheat. And it costs you practically nothing to run. Think of it. We spend hundreds of millions and billions of dollars on these campaigns. You could do it for 8% of the cost and have accuracy, and we wouldn't have to be worried about when is Pennsylvania going to announce. It's really a shame.
I agree with him on that. We could definitely improve the way it's done in lots and lots of ways, and upgrade like everything that has to do with the government seems like it's so far in the past. Like they ask you for your home phone number on official documents and stuff like that. And like, how many people have a home phone number? How come they can't just I'm just using that as an example of the many things related to government that's so in the past. They could just update that. That wouldn't even cost them anything. Probably maybe labor hours of the person who'd have to go through and literally go through everything and delete that off of there. Maybe that's the reason why they haven't done it, because it's like just laziness. I don't know, but I don't know what they do in your state, but in Texas they have the paper ballot deal. I don't know. I think that they have to. A lot of places are doing that, and it's pretty secure. I mean, that's the way that they be talking about they hack the voting machines or whatever. Well, you can't do that with a paper ballot. Like you can't go and change the what the person voted in the system, because it prints out on a little thing. You can look at your thing and see that it printed out what your selections were before you turned it in, and that's how it was for me anyways. So that's pretty damn secure. So they were saying, so if Donald Trump, if I lose an election, if it's a fair election, I'd be the first one to acknowledge it. So it's like, that's one of the concerns that a lot of people have is Donald Trump, if he was to lose, will he concede? It's a big deal about the conceding part. It's the peaceful transfer of power, and that didn't really happen last time. Sky News, it says Republican presidential candidate Donald Trump says people are concerned he won't concede if he loses this election are crazy. Yeah, so he's saying like the people are crazy if they think he's not gonna. Let's play it again.
Concerned that you didn't concede the election in 2020 when you lost. They're concerned that if you lost this election, you wouldn't concede again. What do you say to those people?
I think they're crazy. If I lose an election, if it's a fair election, I'd be the first one to acknowledge it.
Yeah, Well, he said if it's a fair election. So the guy said, "Do you think it's going to be a fair election?"
I think well, so far, I think it's been fair. I think there's been a lot of court cases. Both sides are lawyered up. Thousands of lawyers are, thousands. Can you imagine?
He always like doubles. He said they asked him if will you concede? He said, "Yeah, if it's a fair election." Well, is it a fair election? Well, so far it's been a fair election, but you got lawyers on both sides. So what are you saying?
And part of that is because we have too complicated a process. If we had a piece of paper watermarked, you know that paper is more sophisticated now than computers. It's watermarked paper. You cannot, it's unbelievable what happens with it. There's nothing you can do to cheat. And it costs you practically nothing to run. Think of it. We spend hundreds of millions and billions of dollars on these campaigns. You could do it for 8% of the cost and have accuracy, and we wouldn't have to be worried about when is Pennsylvania going to announce. It's really a shame.
Yeah, they really should kind of streamline. I know each of their autonomy and be able to do things the way they want to do them, but there should be some kind of streamlined way. One of the issues is when the voting polls close, that's another reason why you get results coming in so late, is because in some places they close at like 11 p.m., and then we got Central Time, we got 3 different time zones across the United States. So this state is not closing until 11 p.m. in their time zone, and their time zone is like an hour ahead. And that's the reason why it's like in the middle of the night when some of the results start coming in. These reporters stay up all night on election night. I guess they sleep in the day before and get plenty of caffeine. I don't know how they do it because it's tough. It's tough being up here in front of the camera. Let's read some comments. It says, "Did Melania go blind?" That's funny because
We're concerned.
in the video she has these big glasses on right here. It's like, bruh, like.
Hey, Tucker, you sound extremely muffled. You sound low, like you're far away from your mic.
Yeah,
You sound muffled, like you're far away from your mic.
Been having mic problems. I've been trying to get it right. I haven't been on in a while. It sound better?
You sound a little louder. It's like you sound low, bro. I don't even know if because I was listening before I joined the live, and you sounded extremely low.
Yeah, I've been struggling with that. How it sound now?
Still sounds muffled, almost like you're talking through the mic on your headphones, literally.
I'll be trying not to blow people's ear. I know people be listening with their earphones and stuff, and I know when I'm listening with my earphones, I don't want no abrupt, really loud noises. So that's what I'd be concerned with. I don't know.
Let me I'll try a different set here. Hold on.
Yeah, it should be good. Let me check this.
Oh, yes, I disagree with you. So that's I don't think that's like cheating. It wasn't so here's one, right? Like when you're with a partner, I think I bring this back to the fact that your partner is not going to be your home. And when I say your home, that person is not going to be your home. Everything is personally, what it took for our people to be able to vote, I don't waste that. Just because you didn't do it, somebody did it.
I put on a different headset just to see if I can hear you better.
Yeah. Is it better?
Yeah, I can hear you better on this one.
That matter to you the most? The schools matter to me the most. My daughter is an assistant principal, and she really is concerned what goes on every day with the kids and what
they don't have in the schools, and that is what matters to me also.
So us building a better future for our youth, and
Yes.
having the resources that they need.
Yes.
Is she a teacher for HISD?
No, she's not. She's in Bastrop.
Okay.
So, but it doesn't matter where you're at. It's still the same concern for all the teachers.
All right. Well, thank you so much from Carol.
Yeah, thank you. Y'all have a good one.
You too. Stay blessed. She wasn't in frame?
It's like the framing's really weird.
She was interesting.
The most important issue to her was schools, you know, education. That was her. If y'all couldn't hear it, I'm gonna play another one.
Come up here and be able to cast your votes. And I think you should take advantage of that. Students especially, never in the history of the United States has a president ever came out and said that he will forgive college debt, because I do believe it's a racket. I had it when I graduated. And I don't think people should be stuck with debt that will exceed any job they will make in the first 10 years that they come out. So you need to make sure you vote for somebody who absolutely cares about you.
And I think it's a really important message, because I feel like a lot of people only pay attention to big names, presidential elections. No one actually really pays attention.
She was talking about the student loans and saying that it's a ripoff, you know, the way that they do the student loans. And she was saying that you should care about your vote and vote for someone who supports what you're trying to do.
To the local people that work in our office and that govern us and actually genuinely care about us. I appreciate you making that remark on that.
No, that's very important. And what I'm really disappointed is back when I was a pro, they used to give us extra credit if we would show that we voted. And I think they do that to, you know, an incentive, because young people don't believe it matters, but you never had a president offer it up. And look at how people freaked out when he offered that up. Well, you know, they freaked out because that's not in their world. Student debt, loan.
She was saying that, you know, young people don't appreciate the vote. The stuff that people want you to be able to vote, that you should exercise that. Anyways, dude, so what do you think is going to happen in the election?
Man, I really don't know. Man, I honestly don't know. I'm actually gonna go to when I get back. I'm actually headed back in town now. I couldn't do early voting, but man, I don't know, bro. I don't know, man. A part of me says it's gonna be that Trump Hillary deal. You know what I'm saying, how he came out on top, but there's also a part of me that believes that she could actually pull it off, and and have the next 4 years in office.
Wait, hold on. Turn
Can you hear me?
down some, because it might. Yeah, I can hear you.
Okay.
But I'm picking up your
Okay.
music, and I might get a copyright.
Oh, sorry about that. No, I was saying, a part of me thinks it, can you hear me better?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Okay. Now I was saying, a part of me thinks that it's gonna be back when him and Hillary ran up against each other, how he came out on top. And then there's another aspect there's another part of me that honestly believes that she could win. And I think she has
Breaking up some.
won the hearts and the minds of, I feel like there's a lot of people that feel like Trump had his opportunity. He didn't, they're displeased with him, his first term, and, they ready to see somebody else, so I don't know. I don't know which way it's going to go,
What about the country? How do you think people are going to feel? Are people going to be able to come back together after this? It's been so much partisan politics. It's been so many the ads have been crazy, over the top, so demonizing each other. And these are your neighbors, the people are pulling down the signs or out of people's yards, and all of that craziness. So is the country going to be able to come back together? What the country's going to look like after this?
Man, I'm hopeful. I'm hopeful that our country can come back together. That the people, of this country, man, that we can band together. Because to be honest with you, dude, like I'm not very happy with with the way things are going in our government. I'm not very happy the way things are going in our society and how just the inflation, the price gouging, it's just the way things are. You know what I'm saying? I don't feel like things were done right as it pertains to her being the Democratic Party nominee. Um, I'm not just you know, and have 4 years. you know. So I don't really buy any of it, just to be quite honest with you. I don't buy any of it from both sides. You know, I believe that he would be good for our economy, but we also have to also look at that at the time that he was in office, we did have a Democratic Congress, and a lot of shit has to go through Congress. The president didn't just approve a lot of shit, so there was a lot of things that got approved through that Congress. And I don't know, bro. I don't think it's gonna be good for the American people on whoever wins, because if she gets in and then a Republican House Congress gets in, there ain't shit that's gonna be done for the American people. If he gets in and they still hold Congress, ain't shit gonna get done for the American people. So I think we lose either way. I think we fucking lose either way, bro. I mean, maybe on a world stage, I think we would still have a chance with having a man in office. And I hate to say this, I don't mean to sound biased, sexist, or whatever. Like, I love women. I have a daughter. I have sisters. And I respect women. But I think on the world stage, the world outside of it is not ready, and people need to understand that America is not the superpower that we once were. You know what I'm saying? We're not. Motherfuckers are testing us. They're letting their nuts hang a little bit. And it's kind of like, okay, you get a woman in there, like, how is shit really gonna go outside of the borders of this country?
Mexico just elected a female president.
Yeah, but it's
Early,
fucking
early
Mexico,
president.
bro. Mexico gets extorted for a lot of shit. So I mean, I hate to say I love Mexico. I think it's a great country, but I mean, you know, how Mexico is just straight money and like, how that goes. I don't even think the government runs that country. I think that shit's ran by the cartels, bro.
But
So
what about the United States and the freaking corporations? Because them the ones who write
I mean,
legislation.
they're the ones at the end of the day, bro. It's the same, but I feel like that for some, and maybe this is just a belief of you know, corporate.
I don't know if it's me breaking up or if it's him breaking up. That's why I turned off the green screen. I have a bunch of windows open. Let me see.
You know,
I think you're breaking up. I think you're breaking up, bro. I'm not getting you. I don't know if it's my end or your end. I want to go to something. Hold on. My apologies. Let me clear this.
For all intents and purposes, impossible to steal a big national election. We are so decentralized with almost 10,000 different jurisdictions run by Democratic and Republican election officials.
I'm not getting you, Deuce. I'm not getting you. Log out and come back in.
Officials. Our voter lists are as accurate as they ever have been before, and they're checked regularly.
Let's look at some of the conspiracy theories of fraud. We'll take them one at a time. Bogus votes are electronically inserted into tabulation machines.
They're not connected to the internet. They are under strict physical chain of custody. It is really hard to get access to a physical machine and do anything to it. Even if there were some attempt to hack the machine, or probably more likely have some kind of malfunction of the machine, the audits would catch it.
Another of the conspiracy theories is that illegal immigrants are voting by the millions.
That is 100% false. Every single voter has to give a driver's license number or a social security number, which is matched against files, databases that are held to make sure the voter is who they say they are and they're eligible to vote. And we also know that states who have gone looking for non-citizens voters have found shockingly few even potential non-citizen registrants. Ohio just recently announced that in a period of time of it had found 6 possible cases of non-citizens voting.
But fraud does happen, doesn't it?
It happens very rarely. We know how much fraud in this country happens. We know it's not zero, but it's very, very zero.
We're not talking about millions of votes or thousands of votes.
No, we're talking about dozens of votes in a big national election. It is, for all intents and purposes, impossible to steal a big national election. We are so decentralized with almost 10,000 different jurisdictions run by Democratic and Republican election officials. Our voter lists are as accurate as they ever have been before, and they're checked regularly. It is, for all intents and purposes, impossible.
With Scott Paley of 60 Minutes, they were it's pretty secure. You know, I think the voting booths, like they're lower tech as far as they just print out the thing. So I don't know how you can hack those. I don't know how you can have any impact. There.
Yeah, I'm here. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you there. Lost you there for a little
I know. Yeah, man. Sorry about that. Yeah. But no, man. Go ahead. My bad, bro.
Let me look at this, and I want to get your comments on this. It says, U.S. elections 2024. This is the Guardian. It says, from abortion to immigration, these are the 11 issues that are at stake if Trump wins. The second term, the threat and everything including the president and gun safety. So you know this is corrupt. But what, as far as like, that's what I was thinking. Immigration, abortion, and the Middle East. I think those are the 3 main topics of this particular election. Would you agree with that?
You say you feel like those are the main topics for this particular election?
Yeah, that's what's driving the majority of voters.
Yeah. Yeah, because I mean that's one of the things. Well, that's the biggest thing that Harris is actually keeps putting out there is the fact about abortion, and she brings up the story of the young lady who sadly lost her life and was a mother of a 6-year old that she was having complications going through miscarriage, and the doctors were afraid to perform the surgery that she needed, basically the abortion, and she ended up, losing her life consequently. So, I mean, that's tugging at the hearts of a lot of people. Um, as it pertains to that topic, I know we've done shows in the past about it, and I've voiced my opinion. Like I said, I don't necessarily agree with abortions in the manner of you're just out here carelessly having unprotected sex and getting pregnant. Like I feel like you should handle your responsibility, but in an instance like that where an underage girl has been sexually assaulted, or even an adult woman has been sexually assaulted, raped, or there's a medical concerns, yes, I think it should be allowed. I don't think that the states or the federal government should have any say, as it pertains to that. But I mean, we all know, growing up, that was the thing, you know what I'm saying? Dude, get a chick pregnant, oh, go get an abortion. You know what I'm saying? Like it was just, I didn't agree with it then as a kid. I felt like it wasn't right then. I don't feel like it's right now. But like I say, with discretion. Um, the border, the borders, man. Like I don't think that should have ever stopped, bro. Because they're at the end of the day, they put it and they took at the hearts and they say, "Oh yeah, we're gonna stop these illegals from coming in. We're gonna close the borders. We're gonna do this. We're gonna do that." We know the money that this country makes off of the backs of illegals. Like, are they truly gonna stop it? Can they even stop it at this point? Can it actually be stopped?
I think the
You
the,
know,
the, the economy depends on this. The United States economy depends
yeah,
on its immigration
that's
policy.
just like the whole war on drugs. Like I wasn't even born when that came about during the Reagan era, but it's like the money that's made behind it. Like, bro, like it's just certain things that is. I feel like this government can't stop. You know what I'm saying? Our president can't stop this. There's just certain things, Now the abortion thing, yeah, unfortunately, I don't agree with that. You know what I'm saying? Like I say, but the Middle East, I personally think Trump would probably pull us out of that. Um, I think that he would pull us out of that. I don't know, I know that also tugs the heart. There's a lot of people that have family in those countries that are wanting the United States to put a ceasefire and stop these countries from fighting. So I think he's going to win the hearts of those people as opposed to you just sending money, supplying them with weapons.
Well,
So,
that part I think is the Achilles heel to Harris. If they lose, I think that topic will be what it was. That's
yeah,
why they lost by um, not reflecting the sentiments of those people. It's a huge segment of the population. It's a block of the voting block for the Democrats,
yeah,
and they didn't, you know, they didn't give anything for them. They didn't give them anything. So a
yeah,
lot of them are disaffected, and they're supporting third parties.
Hardy.
So
Yeah,
yeah, I really think that those are going to be the one. If she loses, those are the ones that get it. She should have. I really don't like her policy in the things that she said related to Israel and in the Middle East. And but when they talk about voting strategically, I think for us domestically, the abortion issue is more important to us domestically. You know what I mean? What's happening in
Yeah.
the Middle East is not as close to home as a chick in Houston, dying at the hospital because the doctors were afraid to do a procedure that would save her life.
Yeah.
And I have two daughters, so I'm close to that one.
Yeah. Yeah. No, I mean, and the same here, bro. I have a daughter. My wife has endured 3 miscarriages. And one of the miscarriages actually happened doing the whole deal where it became banned in the state of Texas, and by the grace of God, she was able to pass the baby. They gave her the medications, the baby passed at home. She was able to pass. Her body was able to basically, yeah. Um, so by the grace of God, but had she not been able to do that, she would need one of those life-saving surgeries. I would have needed that. So it's definitely scary to think about something like that, man. To think about the government, uh, having a say, as far as women rights, as far as their body. But at the end of the day, and I know this is coming from a man, but there are several women in my circle that think the same way, that they don't agree with abortion, but they agree with it in the aspects of, this is life threatening, or you've been sexually assaulted, raped, young girl being raped or molested, underage girl maybe being promiscuous, and she's in middle school type thing, okay, maybe this,
Yeah,
but
but the
just to say,
the problem is that's how a lot of people feel. But the problem is the law in Texas doesn't give any uh there's no room for that in the law in the state of Texas. It's strict. It's a strict abortion ban. That's the reason why you got the chicks dying at the hospital. So a lot of people feel like it's draconian or whatever, but I mean you can feel that way, but that's what it is. This is what we're dealing with right now. You know what I mean? And the people of Texas never got a chance to vote on that because it was one of those trigger laws that was put into place decades ago that just came into effect when the Roe versus Wade was overturned. So we never got to vote on that. And people are trying to get it on the ballot and they're blocking it. So the practical application of the law leads to girls dying in the hospital. You know what I'm saying?
yeah,
So it's we if you're on that subject and you don't like abortion, but you have to know that we have to push against the way the law is now. You know what I mean? It has to be fixed. Like there has to be something in the middle that we can all agree on or something. You know what I mean? But right now, it's messed up. And the argument
yeah,
of it going to the states, I mean, I guess it's a fair argument, but it pits the states versus each other. And that's where we have a problem because if you're going to make it illegal in your state to have an abortion, so they go to the other state and do the abortion. So then they're like, well, it's illegal for you to leave out of our state and do an abortion. And the other state can be like, we're going to sue you for giving them a hard time about coming to our state to get an abortion. What I'm saying is it doesn't resolve the problem. It leads to more problems when you have it by
can
state.
you hear me, Chuck?
Yeah, I can hear you. Yeah, you're probably driving in and out of different, satellite coverages. Let me read this. It says Trump and allies have prime supporters to falsely believe he has no chance of losing. A large part of former President Donald Trump's closing message in recent weeks has focused on attacking any outcome other than a victory as tainted, illegitimate, and fraudulent. Alongside the Republican National Committee, Trump's legal team has planted the seeds to cry foul on several key states if he loses, following numerous lawsuits seeking to disqualify voters and ballots or demand rule changes that they say suppress Republican voters. You can't do rule changes on right before election. Like you can't. You got to do that. You do it
You
after
said
the election.
I can't hear you. You
I said
sound
rule
muffled
changes.
again.
Yeah.
You say the rule
Probably.
changes before the election on the abortion laws?
No, I wasn't talking about abortion. I was talking about this. What I was just reading about Trump seeking to disqualify voters. He said, what it said, Trump's legal team has planted the seeds to cry foul in several key states if he loses, filing numerous lawsuits seeking to disqualify voters and ballots or demand rule changes they say suppress Republican voters. So, yeah, basically, the stage is set for if it's a close election for things to really just get crazy. Because then everyone's going to say it's cheating going on.
Yeah. Yeah, man. Yeah, it's wild, man. I mean,
Let me
it's
let me read
wild,
this real
bro.
quick and get your comments. Let me read this real quick. It says, "How has the Electoral College survived despite being perennially unpopular? Backers say the system balances power among large and small states, brings stability, and is an obstacle to demagogues. But critics call the Electoral College an indirect process that undemocratic and rooted in racism. It's also the reason we have swing states. In the face of the high federal hurdles, such as requiring a constitutional amendment to end, there is a push for a change at the state level." So what do you think about so make the comments too with what do you think related to all the cheating people are going to say is happening and about the Electoral College in general? What do you think about it?
I don't really know too much. I failed to really look into the electoral college. Honestly, I when I think about that, man, I honestly think it's like they already have picked who's gonna win. When you think about the electoral college, like that's yeah. But I think people will. I think people are still. They're still dealing with that. Like there's a lot of people that feel like that there was corruption, that he got cheated the last election, um, and I think you're gonna have people that's gonna feel that way. You know, when it comes down to it, if it's a close election or if she ultimately wins, um, I think that you're gonna have people that feel that way, and I don't really think that the Democratic Party really helped that in any way with the way that they put her as on the forefront as being their elected, who they wanted to run for the Democratic Party. Like they didn't give any other options. They just put her out there.
I agree
It
with that.
wasn't. They didn't make that any better. So it's like, I'm not gonna lie to you. If she does win, I'm like, okay, this shit was already fucking bought. They wanted her to win. That's why they putting all of this money behind her. Because, bro, I'm gonna be honest with you. One thing that I do like about Trump is that he's not coming out saying all that he's gonna put in place for the black community.
Mm.
He's not trying to tug at your heart on this type of shit. And it's like, how many times have we been failed by presidents that have come out all of a sudden? She came out with a plan and what she was going to do after Obama got up there and supposedly chastised the black man for not voting. Like, how many times years after years, bro, that we have been felt like none of them truly give a fuck about the black community. Nothing that they ever really put in place actually benefits us in those communities.
Well,
And the,
I can't argue with that. I agree with what you said about how they put Kamala in there wasn't very democratic. Like that's a very good argument that the right has been having. You know, they could have done a primary or actual primary, a competitive primary, you know, and let the voters weigh in. But the way they did it, it was so close to the election too. I mean, but we still could have done like a little quick primary. I mean, but you know,
dude, there's so many people in this country that would have loved to seen what's his name? Is it Robert Kennedy?
RFK.
Yeah. There's so many people that would have loved to have seen him, in the in the race to like
Let me
that
ask you
really,
this.
huh?
You said they wanted Kamala to be in there. They gave it to her or whatever. So who is they though? Who do you think they is?
Shit, the Democratic Party, the people that actually control that party, the puppet masters, if you will, that has the say, the people that put all of the money behind her, the major corporations and things of that nature that want them to stay in power. Your biggest, Bezos, the man who owns Costco, all of these different pharmaceutical, you know, companies, these big wigs that's behind the scenes, like, bro, like just think about it. The money that she raised in such a short amount of time. Hell, in less than 24 hours, I think they were saying that she had already raised somewhere in the ballpark of like $200 or $300 million. Where does that money come from, bro?
She did raise a lot of money in a real
The
quick.
American people do not have that kind of fucking money to donate to you overnight. Yes, we have some well off people, in this, out here, but we don't have not for you to raise that kind of money, bro.
Yeah, it had to
And
come from corporations and really wealthy people.
exactly, and it's like, so when I say they, I don't, but yeah, it's like those people that want her in there, those people that want to continue to remain in power, that want to continue to have things go the way that it is going. Just think about the money, the amount of money that Amazon and Costco and Walmart and all of these places have made off the backs of working people, bro. Like we literally take majority of our day-to-day life and go work, earn, try to earn. Those that are making a decent wage are probably earning $300 to $400 a day, and just think you're spending damn near half of that in the fucking store when you leave work.
I know.
You're spending over half of that. Like that's
It's the setup.
bullshit, bro.
But look, I think you're pointing to what the real issue is because we're talking about the corporations and we're talking about workers versus the corporations. You know what I mean? Labor versus the owners or whatever. So when we talk about politics and we're like talking about how the politicians have so much power or whatever, and I'm always like, man, it's the corporations. You know, they're the ones who are controlling the politicians. You know what I'm saying? We
So
have to
so
correct.
I guess now that they have made so much money, they're good. I guess now, okay, well, we're gonna put Harris up there to run for president, and a part of her plan is gonna be to reduce the overinflation in this country, and we're gonna reduce the cost of food, and we're gonna reduce the cost of medications for people, and we're gonna lower the price of cars and lower the interest rate. And on top of that, we're gonna give you $25,000 for a first-time home buyer. Okay, well, is that free money or is that money got to be paid back?
And a lot of that stuff that she said, how would she even do that? Because, like
That's
I
what I'm
said,
saying.
the corporations are the ones that set the prices of stuff. Like, You know,
No, because they've made enough money and they want Kamala in there, and they want the black vote. Black men don't get out there and vote enough, and come on, black men, you're really shitting on your black women. You're showing them that they don't mean shit. We're Kamala. Just tell them that you're gonna do this, and we'll back you. We won't maybe we won't do everything, but we'll do enough where where they'll be okay with it. You know, they'll eventually get over it. You know,
I'm
that's
not
basically, bro. I honestly feel like that's what. Come
I'm
on,
not
like,
giving
bro.
to them either, you know. And it's like I'm supporting the third party. Is it throwing away your vote? And then like the issues that are so important, like the abortion issue, can and the Supreme Court, the you got two older folks on the Supreme Court who may step down within the next presidential time frame. I can't think straight today. I do not know why. I can't find the right words. I ain't been on the show in a while, and I'm rusty. But yeah. So they could appoint two Supreme Court justices. So what I'm saying is, for me, those are the issues that are driving my vote. You know, I sat out the last two presidential elections.
Yeah, yeah,
I set them out. I didn't like the options. So, but
yeah.
this time I felt like I needed to get involved because the the issues that I just mentioned, and it's like, so I think that what you want to vote for is the issues that you think most affect your life. Like, and I think, like I said before, domestically is the stuff that takes hierarchy. We've all been watching these videos of the kids getting blown to pieces over the past year, and it's got a lot of us emotional on the left. And I'm just like, the shot, this is a message to the left, folks. Come back home. Make your decisions based on domestic policy, you know, on top of that. And I get how they feel about it. And I feel the same way. But I also feel that you have to prioritize. You got to vote strategically. It's really, really sad. It's like I'm making an argument for the lesser of two evils right now, and it's hurting me really bad. It's hurting me really
Man,
bad to say that.
man, I'm gonna be honest with you. Like, I don't know what all that he can do within the 4 years. I don't know what all Harris can do within 4 years. Um,
Well, the
but
Harris thing, we might be electing a dynasty because that's definitely what it's looking like. If Harris gets in there, there's a good chance that she would do 8. So we're looking at the next decade if Harris wins. So that's something to think about also with this.
but the thing,
Because
I mean, how
Trump is
much like are we? My thing is,
even if he wins, he won't be, you know, maybe another
yeah,
4 years in. Go ahead.
I don't know, man. I mean, my thing is like, I, I don't know, bro, because I just feel like how much of this shit that is she gonna be able to get if if anything at all is gonna actually get done, and it's like, bro, like it's like black people, we fall for the same shit every election. These motherfuckers promise all of this shit to us, but our communities aren't getting any better. And it pisses me the fuck off when you sit around and you hear these racist motherfuckers that aren't taking the time to actually come to these communities and see that these communities aren't getting anything, that they're still in deficit, they still got potholes, the schools are closing down, this, that, and the third. Like, we don't get anything that they promise us. And it's like, for me, I can't vote off of because what you're saying that you're gonna do when I know that y'all have continued to lie. you know
But I'm
and I'm gonna
saying,
be honest with you too. On the Republican side, I don't know how much of that I believe in that I believe in that either, bro. I personally feel like they need to start from the bottom to the top, top to the bottom, and fucking clean house. Because right now, I don't feel like the American people are being taken care of on either side.
I agree with you on
On
that.
either side,
I
we're
completely
not
agree with that.
being taken care of. Being like it's everybody, bro. Like this is what's dividing us the most. You know what I'm saying? You have some people that may have a little bit more and can afford, but like we're not being taken care of. Our issues are not being taken care of, and we're
And they're not
constantly
going
sending
to.
money overseas. What
So
about our kids
gonna
that
be
are
the
getting shot and killed and blown up? Well, they may not be getting blown up, but they're getting shot and killed. Like, have you watched the news in Houston? Every day, there's a woman and children being fatally shot and killed in their apartment complex, or this young male has got fatally shot and killed, innocent, going into a store, just got caught in the crossfire. Like,
Yeah,
we
but you
got
gotta be
issues here.
careful with that. Watch, it is important for us to deal with what's domestically, so I agree with that. But you gotta be careful watching those local news because they know what gets clicks. If it bleeds, it leads. And if you watch local news, you'll think that your neighbors are getting robbed every night. That it's dangerous to walk to your car after you come out of your apartment. But
Yeah.
dang it, I lost what I was gonna say. Freaking let's move on. Let me read this. It says, what happens if local officials can't certify elections? The Nevada case may be a model. In July, Washoe County Commissioner voted 3-2 against certifying the recounts of two primary election results. State officials were prepared, and Nevada's Attorney General filed suit against three commissioners who voted against certification. So basically, what they're saying is, you know, I was watching a video about how you got these asserted effort to take over certain local officials' positions, the people who certify elections, you know, and they are the people that are worried about, that they felt like the election was stolen last time. So they're going in and they're getting obtaining those positions, and they can be the ones who make the decisions related to certifying elections or not. And so there's a worry that you got these people out here who are going to refuse to certify these elections. And if that happens in states that are going to be determining the election, then we're going to have a mess in our hands. Let me read this. It says thousands of Pennsylvania voters have had their mail ballot applications challenged. Officials are attempting to notify all of the overseas voters whose eligibility is under challenge before deciding whether they should be allowed to cast their absentee ballot. It's unclear how quickly they can complete this process. A close race in Pennsylvania, where thousands of ballots could determine which presidential candidate wins, could put a larger spotlight on this brewing controversy. So yeah, that'd be kind of scary, especially if something shady was going on that would lead to them, doing that. I think if you can vote in person, I think do it. If you can't, then you can't. But probably want to go ahead and vote in person if you can. Let's read this one. It says voters could flip these state legislators, changing the path for some big
Yeah.
issues. Republicans are defending vulnerable majorities in Arizona, New Hampshire, and Wisconsin, and Democrats are trying to stay on top of Michigan, Minnesota, and Pennsylvania. As Congress remains largely gridlocked, state legislators are productive, introducing more bills and passing more laws. Yeah, so on a lot, what ballot initiatives drive voter turnout, and voter turnout tends to benefit the Dems. And there's ballot initiatives in bonds and other issues that are on the ballot. And I think those are the ones that are important because those are related to your local area. You know, and we tend to get all the national ads taking up all the space, and then we miss the local stuff and tend to not be informed about it. I think that's part of the strategy too, man. It really sucks. Like they want us to not know. When you want to go look it up, it's always, I mean, depending on what it is, you could probably find like a Wikipedia page or something, but sometimes it's a lot more difficult. Like you got to find specific websites to get good information about, local stuff that's going on politically. Let me read
Yeah.
this. It says Trump is hoping to win a non Trump is hoping to win consecutive terms. Only one president has done it. Over a century after his time in office, Grover Cleveland is the only president who has succeeded in winning non-consecutive terms, though he wasn't the only one who tried. Yeah, so it will be a historic thing for Trump to, lose one and then come back and win one. I don't know if history is on his side for that on that one.
It probably is, man. What do you think? What do you think is gonna happen?
I don't know. I don't know. The polls have been saying that it's going to be tight. So if we're going by that, then it's going to be tight. It's going to come down to these swing states like Georgia and Pennsylvania, Wisconsin, Michigan, and it's looking like Pennsylvania is going to be one of the real keys to the whole thing. But if Georgia goes early on the Kamala side, then maybe Pennsylvania later on it won't matter. But we're gonna see. I mean, like you said at the beginning, I don't think it matters who wins. We're screwed either way. But certain issues, like I was saying, the abortion issue, uh, certain issues is what gives one
You
side
say
the edge.
what?
Certain issues gives one side the edge or not. So if you're voting on issues, then that's how you can help make your vote. But it's we're screwed either way. What's crazy is how they talk about Harris as a far left socialist or whatever. Like she ain't no Bernie Sanders, bro. Like she is not that, bro. She's center left at best. The policies that she has been putting forward, and it's like it's even less than incremental change, bro. It's like diddling at the margins type of stuff. Like she is not no social change agent. She's not no, you know, bring about dramatic policies or legislation that's gonna freaking change the lives of the American citizens. Like she is as milk toast as you can get. Like she's a she is like a Hillary Clinton. Like they they do this all the time. The Democrats they give you candidates that are so bland, bro. Like they don't have no flavor. Like and I mean it's a reason for that, but I think that a lot of people don't understand that the politics are more on the right than they are on the left, you know? And any real left voices or any progressive voices get stamped out. You don't hear about them. They don't make it in politics. They get squirrels out if they were ever to get in there. And the most popular issues are not even the stuff that we talk about, like the stuff that, like going back to Bernie Sanders, like Medicare for all, stuff like that, like some kind of gun legislation that makes sense. Like this stuff is overwhelmingly popular across the nation. Abortion, another one. And it seems like, either people on the left and the right, the majority of them agree on this stuff. But the stuff that we can agree on that we want, is not part of the conversation. It never makes it into policy. It never makes it into legislation.
Yeah. Yeah.
The corporations get what they want.
Yeah, the donors, the money. That's why they give so much money for them to push what they want. That's why I say, man, I personally, I don't see, it's kind of hard for me to see a win for the American people on either side. Just being honest, bro. Because, it just kind of, I wonder as well is, will Trump be able to set aside his, you know, set aside his beef with the shit that they did to him? Is he gonna actually get in there and, and get and have his to-do list together and start knocking shit out one by one, or is he gonna be trying to go after the motherfuckers he felt like who wronged him?
You already know the answer to that. If Trump wins, he's going on a revenge tour, bro. He's gonna make everybody hurt. Anybody who was, you know, had anything to do with any of the court cases, anybody who quit and turned their back and said something about him, every single one, you better believe he got a list. It's written down. He keeps it close to him somewhere, so he don't make sure he don't forget. Oh yeah, what's his name? Yeah,
He was a great guy, but he crossed me. It's a shame. What a shame.
Answer, bro. You already know he's going in for him. Let me read this. It says Houston. It's election day. Voters across Harris County will take to the polls on Tuesday, the final day to cast their ballots in the historic presidential election and determine a slate of local Houston area races. More than 700 voting locations across Harris County will be open from 7 a.m. to 7 p.m. on Tuesday. See, that's the thing, 7 p.m. And then I guess that's a fair time, but some states, they feel like people have to get off of work, they get stuck in traffic, you know what I mean? They might have a hard time making it there before 7 or whatever. So some places stay open till 10, 11 p.m. at night.
Yeah.
Let me read on. It says nearly 1.2 million Harris County voters cast a ballot during early voting this year, falling shy of 2020's turnout of 1.4 million early voters, according to the Harris County Clerk's Office. There are more than 2.7 million voters across Harris County. So, 1.2 million early voters versus 2020's 1.4. That's interesting because a lot of the news was saying, the early voting turnout was historic or whatever. So it's historic, but it didn't reach 2020's numbers by 0.2 million. I guess the difference isn't that much. I guess the difference isn't that much, really, if you think about it overall.
Man, but there's already been some. Now, I don't know if these have been verified articles, but supposedly there's been early voter ballots coming up missing in Houston, Harris County.
Yeah.
That there has already been yeah.
I haven't heard that. Let me read this right here. It says, on election day, over 85,000 voters cast a ballot by 10 a.m. Harris County Clerk Tanisha Hudspeth said during a press conference on Tuesday. Hudspeth encouraged election day voters to check their sample ballots before voting on Tuesday. Make a plan to vote, she said. Know what's closest to you. Look at your sample ballot. View your specific sample ballot. Most voters in Harris County have 50 to 70 different contests to choose from. Make sure that you have one of the acceptable forms of ID. You can find live updates at HoustonPublicMedia.org.
What do you need to go vote?
That's for your ID when you come in there.
That's all you need, people. Just an ID.
Yeah.
If you think you got warrants, use your fake one.
Don't leave it in the car.
Yeah.
Let me read some comments. It says, "Go Donald Trump." Another one, it says, "Better be watching those Democrats like hawks. They're going to try some chicanery for sure." Another one, "The weather was so nasty this morning." Another one, "We will see how much votes they lose." Not very many optimistic comments here. It says, "Yeah, get it, baby." Another one says, "Who do y'all think's going to win?" Another one, "So we sure we have enough paper this time?" That's an issue, and that happened last time. Harris County ran out of paper, and that's shady. Like, it just kind of sounds shady. Like, how the hell you gonna run out of paper, bro? Like, you got one job. Like, if you start seeing the shit go low, then you do whatever it is. You order some more. You hot shot some more, and you have backups on hand. It just sounds shady. You're like, "Well, y'all can't vote. You have to go to another location. We're out of paper." Like, what? After I've been standing in this line, I gotta go to the back and find some paper?
Yeah. Isn't it like a special watermark paper or some shit? Hello?
Yeah, it is special, but
You said it is. Can you hear me? I don't know if you cut your audio off or what.
yeah, I can hear you. I can hear you. You hear?
Okay. Yeah, there you go. Yeah, you were saying that it is a special
Yes, the
watermark paper,
internet.
correct?
The internet's jumping.
Yeah, I got
Yeah, yeah,
T-Mobile
it's a
now,
special
so
paper.
my shit jumps all the time. Where
So
you
this
boy?
one, it says the rain did not stop eager election voters. It says who were at the West Gray Multi-Service Center with umbrellas before the polls opened at 7 a.m. Tuesday. That's the one I went to get my footage. Um, we was doing a project for school. We went to the exact same location. It's crazy. That's where we did the interviews with people that were voting. There wasn't no line when we was there today. It was like people were coming in and out and really fast. Like you could see them go in and vote and they would be back out really fast. So, and I didn't see a lot of people. I was kind of surprised that I didn't see a lot of people voting. It was like a trickle. So, but I wonder, is it that most people already voted, early voted, or voted by that morning? It was around 12. There was around lunchtime. We was out there about 12, 12:30, something like that. And yeah, it wasn't very many people voting. I was kind of surprised about that.
Yeah, and they probably went in there and just voted full Democratic ballot, full Republican ballot.
Most people probably, but the way it's set up now is pretty cool because you have to go line for line. Remember back in the days, you could hit Democrat or Republican and it would just check all of those. But you have to scroll and click for each race, which I think is cool because that forces you to, you know, think about it.
Yeah, yeah,
And maybe it's some names because you know that you have the races that have independents and greens or whatever, um, and there'll be an option there too. What's crazy is the ones that say, you know, it'll be only Republican or only Democrat or whatever. Yeah,
yeah.
and those will be the only options that you have for that particular race. Let me read this. It says Harris County Election Day voter turnout surpasses 85,000. More than 85,000 voters had cast a ballot by 10 a.m. on Election Day. Harris County Clerk Tanisha Hardy read this. It says, "Our team has been working hard to create strong election infrastructure to receive voters today, and so far, so good, even with inclement weather this morning," she said. like I said, the people were getting out of there really fast. I talked to a guy. It was multiple reporters out there too. It was a dude from Wall Street Journal or I don't remember, one of the big newspapers. There was a lot of folks out there, like media folks out there. And one of the guys I talked to said that there was a lot of machines in there, a lot of voting machines in there, and that's probably why it wasn't so many people, and it was a trickle, and they could get out so fast because the people, there's no time for a line to form because people get to go vote as quickly as as they go in there. It's pretty cool.
Yeah.
Having to wait to vote is like a punishment. Standing in a long line. I've done it before in the past, but I always early vote now. And usually there's nobody. Usually it's just me.
Yeah.
This time it wasn't. It was when I early voted this time, it was a good amount of people in there. Yeah. I mean, it wasn't like I really had to wait in line, but it was full.
Yeah.
With people, not like when I normally go when it's just me and the
Yeah, I wonder have you seen anything that's showing any type of predictions right now, percentages?
Yeah, I was watching some videos earlier. I played one clip. Let's pull something up right quick. "2024 predictions."
I'm curious to know, man. I'm thinking, I don't know, bro. It's one of those. It's a weird one, man. Like when him and Biden was up against each other, I was like, yeah, he got this all day long. When I woke up and saw Biden won, I was like, what the?
I think it's gonna be a lot. I think that's gonna be some similar sentiments this time, though. Because
Yeah, they need to go and release that shit tonight before everybody go to bed. Fuck all that waking up to a surprise.
yeah, man.
Yeah, because I got to go to work in the morning. That waking up to a surprise shit, that's bullshit. I can't drown in my sorrow and drink. if who I want to get in there don't get in there, I got to work, be angry with motherfuckers. And don't let a motherfucker get an attitude with me. I'm be like, oh, you the one who voted for that motherfucker, huh?
Yeah, that's what I say. I don't know. We so divided. Are we gonna be able to come back together after this? It's like if it's not a landslide, we're not gonna know tonight. So
Yeah.
one side's got to get a landslide.
Yeah. That's
Stateside in my studio.
Let's play a little bit of this. I think it says Piers Morgan's going to give his prediction. We already know what he's going to say. But
Took him out of probably a very important meeting with probably his favorite couple of drinks. Is Piers Morgan. Here, it's great to see you.
Great to see you, Brian.
Fantastic.
You remain the only man who can get me out on a Saturday night onto television rather than some fancy restaurant. Thank
It's at
you.
the top of my resume. Where do you see? As just being here a week, you went to the MSG rally. Very curious where you see it.
Look, I think it's fascinating. It's electrifying, right? The whole world is watching this election. I remember a period about 5 months ago when everyone feared it might be the most boring race in history. Two old guys duking it out again. How wrong were we? We've had 2 assassination attempts. We've had Trump in a garbage truck. Trump in McDonald's, like you said. We've had Joe Biden getting assassinated politically by his own party and replaced by Kamala Harris, and so on. And now it's like on a knife edge, isn't it? I mean, you look at all
why do you say assassinated?
these swing states, and really, you can't call any of them with any great authority. Tonight there's an outlier poll about Iowa that shows maybe Harris is up there. I don't believe that.
It was 15 points. Trump was up.
Yeah.
And now it just had the Des Moines Register put her up.
That doesn't seem right. And there's another poll in Iowa which has Trump heavily ahead. Look, my gut feeling, and I had this in 2016, and when I was saying it and writing it in 2016, people were laughing at me. But I kept saying, I'm getting a feeling that the Trump train is steaming to victory. I get that feeling again now. I've been in LA, I've been in New York. I'm getting a lot of people who did not vote Trump last time, but who are prepared this time, even if they don't like him, they're prepared to vote for him this time to stop Kamala Harris becoming president. I'm going on my gut, and I'm feeling he could actually end up winning quite big.
And Pierce, you're not new to the Trump train. I mean, you guys have sparred together. You and
Yep.
Trump, you've been friends for a while, but you also disagree to each other's face, which is relatively unique. But this is what you said to us a short time ago about what you thought if Trump could come out and win, what it would mean. Watch.
It is one of the great comebacks in political history. And I read a column for The Sun in London this week, likening it to when Sinatra was thrown to the wolves in the late 40s, thought his career was over, all done and dusted. And then, boom, he comes back from here to eternity. He wins an Oscar for Best Supporting Actor, and his career becomes one of the most iconic in the history of American celebrity show business. Donald Trump is on the verge of pulling off a similar comeback.
You're not backing up the comments.
Well, I think.
Yeah, well, we're not
What did he
surprised
say?
that Piers Morgan went for Trump. Now, I don't think that Fox News would have invited him to give his prediction if it was different from that we just heard.
Yeah.
I'm saying. Let's see. What is this one?
Nostradamus of presidential elections. Historian Alan Lichtman from American University predicted 9 of the last 10 elections correctly. And he has a prediction who will win the Oval Office in 2024. Joining me now on the morning show, Alan Lichtman. It is a pleasure. Appreciate you.
Thank you so much. And I would say 10 out of 10. I think I got 2,000 right, as I proved in my report to the U.S. Commission on Civil Rights. Gore should have won that election, but for the tossing out of black votes. But we're not here to relitigate 2000. Historians will be debating that for generations.
Absolutely.
That was the election that the president really got robbed. That was really a robbery because they were doing the recounts in Florida. It looked like he was about to win in Florida. He had won, but it was so close that it automatically triggered the recount. And then eventually it went to the Supreme Court, and the Supreme Court was a conservative Supreme Court, and they decided along ideological lines to end the election, and give it to George W. Bush. And he was the one who, he brought the lawsuits. That was his way to get in there. Jeb, who was it? What was his name? He was Bill Clinton's vice president. Al Gore. Al Gore. He got screwed out of that one. So it's like how Trump is saying that he got screwed. No. Al Gore got screwed. Royally ripped off.
So before we get to this year's prediction, latest Washington Post poll taken October 26th through the 30th show that Vice President Kamala Harris and Donald Trump are in a statistical dead heat, with Harris at 48% among both likely and registered voters, while Trump is at 47%. Other polls just as close. That said, you don't hold, I believe, much faith in polls, nor do I. You employ a different presidential prediction system. You call it 13 Keys to the White House. Going to show those 13 keys. Let's explain to everybody how it works.
Yeah, it does not look at polls, which are snapshots, not predictors, and the error margin of the polls is far greater than the plus and minus 3% they tell you. That's just statistical error. Add on to that, people don't respond to polls. They may lie, they change their minds, and they don't know who the likely voters are anyway. That doubles the error margin, making them pretty much useless. Instead, the keys to the White House, and you've got some of them up there, tap into the structure of how American presidential elections really work as votes up or down in the strength and performance of the White House party. And because I have 13 indicators, I'm able to very broadly gauge that strength and performance and determine whether it favors stability, the White House party stays in power, earthquake, they're booted out. And the way it works, if fewer than 6 of the keys go against the White House party, we have stability. 6 or more, we have earthquake.
Okay, we'll talk more about your decision in just a few. So I watched a YouTube interview you did with your son, Sam, and you said, well, you have every faith in the system you use this year. You have, I think the quote was, you have a flock of crows in your circle.
this year. I don't care that much about whether I'm right or wrong. I think 10 out of 11 would still be great, but I do think our democracy is very much on the line here. Democracy is precious, but like all precious things, it can be destroyed. We had a great growth of democracy in the late 20th century, and then in our own 21st century, democracy has been on the decline all over the world, mainly from developments from within. And we have a candidate who's made it clear he's going to govern on the model of his buddy, Viktor Orban, who's...
Yeah, man, that is a thing. Like, if the election ends up being close and Trump loses, the chaos that can open up, the Pandora's box, you know, some people are saying that it could lead to the destruction of democracy. Like, not now, again, there goes that thing about this being the greatest, most important election of your lifetime, and the world's going to come to an end if you don't, you know, da 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 da. The other side is going to, you know, is the devil type of deal. But people's faith in the democracy is what gives it its strength. Same thing with like the dollar. You know what I mean? The value of the dollar, it comes from people's imagination. It comes from their support of it, you know, their belief in it. And that's the same is true for democracy. So if people don't believe that the elections are fair and true and real and respectable, then, you know, chaos, you got chaos on your hands. You know, I don't know how else to say it. People's faith in democracy has been shaken. So,
Yeah.
I mean, how democratic is our society is a question that you want to ask yourself. You know, how much power is in our vote? You know, how much difference does it really make? You know, and the less people have faith in democracy, the more they're going to want to attempt other ways to get the things that they need or want or whatever. So, and I always felt like voting was a pacifier anyway, you know, pacify you, you know, somebody you can complain about for 4 years and, you know, you don't get to have your say for another 4 years or whatever. But yeah, it's still pretty crazy though. Let me play some more of this.
Snuffed out the political opposition, snuffed out the free press, and you got to take it seriously. It's not taking seriously these would-be authoritarians that enables dictatorships to take hold. That's why I have crows in my stomach this year.
And democracy is relatively new in the grand scheme of history. Who do you think holds the key to this year's vote? Young voters, women, the minority vote?
My system doesn't break it down into different groups. No one is able to predict an election by breaking it down into its individual components. I give the analogy of your cup of tea. Pour sugar in. You can't learn anything from following the individual sugar models, but you can learn a lot from simple integral parameters like sweetness and density, and that's what the keys do. They look at integral parameters of the electorate as a whole, things like short and long-term economy, social unrest, scandal, policy change, foreign and military successes and failures.
Let's get down to brass tacks. And again, you have correctly predicted the outcome of every election since 1984, and arguably, except for the famously close race in 2000, which you say you did correctly predict, but there's some who would say, well, no, maybe you didn't, but George Bush defeated Al Gore. We know what the outcome was. So this year, at least 8 of the 13 keys you talked about favor one candidate. Who do you think is going to occupy the White House?
According to the keys to the White House, the incumbent Democrats, Harris, the nominee, are down 4 keys. It takes 6 or more false keys to count them out and predict that Donald Trump will return to the White House. That's why my prediction system, with a 40-plus year track record, predicts that Kamala Harris will be a new path-breaking president, the first woman president, and the first president of mixed African and Asian descent, kind of foreshadowing where America's going. We're rapidly becoming a majority minority country. Old white guys like me are on the decline. One final point. I have been blasted. Oh, you're so-called biased. You're liberally biased. That's why you're predicting Harris. My predictions are predictions, not endorsements. They're totally nonpartisan. I've predicted the two most conservative presidents of our time. Ronald Reagan in 1982, when 60% of Americans said he was too old to run again, and Donald Trump in 2016 in defiance of all the pundits and the pollsters. I've also predicted liberals like Barack Obama. So my predictions have zero to do with my own political inclinations.
There's no bias, is what you're saying.
Interesting. So he said Kamala is his prediction. And this guy's got it right quite a few times. Still doesn't mean he's gonna get it right this time.
Let's bring in our political director, Washington Bureau Chief Rick Klein. Rick, the polls all bunched up as we head into the final weekend. Walk through some of the different paths that each candidate has.
Yeah, good morning, George. The 538 battleground polls tell the story right now. The polling averages everywhere, all 7 battlegrounds. No one has a lead of more than 2.5 points, all within any poll's margin of error. So to start with, if you just assume that the polls are accurate, which of course is a huge assumption, this is where things would land at the end of election night. Donald Trump, over 270 electoral votes. He would clinch the presidency for a second time. But no map is a foregone conclusion. So let's play with a scenario here. Let's say that the polls are understating Vice President Harris, or that she has.
So if they put in the polls and it puts Trump in, that's interesting.
The big ground operation ekes out just enough votes to win. Here's a scenario that's probably her likeliest path to victory. She picks up 1 electoral vote in Nebraska, and then Wisconsin, Michigan, Pennsylvania, the Rust Belt, the Blue Wall holds right there. If there's no other surprises, that's 270 electoral votes. But of course, the polls could be off in the other direction, or Trump is able to hold.
So in that scenario, she has to get all 3 of those. Michigan, Wisconsin, Pennsylvania. Don't know if she's going to do that.
This is Trump's likeliest path to victory. If he holds the 2 battlegrounds out west in Nevada and Arizona, and the 2 southern battlegrounds, Georgia and North Carolina, he is then just 1 state away from clinching the presidency. Pennsylvania is the biggest prize on the map. That's the best opportunity for him. The single most important battleground state on the map, probably for either candidate, George.
Rick, we have massive early vote, but does it tell us anything?
Well, look, this is what we know so far. 65 million Americans have voted already. That is something. It's 40% of the total turnout from 2020 with still 4 days to go. We don't know who.
Let me go back, because if Kamala gets Nevada or Arizona, then that throws Trump's path all the way off.
So that means
single most important battleground state on the map, probably.
No, I was just gonna ask the question. No, I was just gonna ask the question. So right now, with what they're showing, he pretty much would need Pennsylvania. It wouldn't be your 1 vote here in Texas or 1 vote here in, yeah.
You pretty much need Pennsylvania. So yeah, but if so, that's what makes it look like his path is more difficult than Kamala's. So, because if she picks off Nevada or Arizona, then his path is shot.
Yeah. I don't know if she's gonna get Arizona, man. I don't know.
Yeah.
Probably for either candidate, George.
Rick, we have massive early vote, but does it tell us anything?
Well, look, this is what we know so far. 65 million Americans have voted already. That is something. It's 40% of the total turnout from 2020 with still 4 days to go. We don't know who people voted for quite yet, but the Harris campaign's been touting what they call good news for them in the early voting. They're looking at the gender gap. So far, women making up about 55% of the people who have already voted. That gap was actually a little bit larger by a single point 4 years ago, although in 2016, it was a little bit more even. So they like those numbers. Yeah,
I don't think that you can judge just by gender what the hell, who they're gonna vote for. Like, that's not very reliable at all.
No. No, because there's a lot of women out here that want Trump.
The other thing we can tell is the likely partisanship of people who have already voted. So far across the battleground states, a 2-point edge for Democrats. Of course, they like that. But 4 years ago, 9-point edge. A lot of things have changed in terms of voting in the 4 years, so it's hard to read too much into.
Yeah, that's just babble right there. Yeah, man. Election day, man. Let me see. What I have something else here. Give me a second. I was hoping Doc or Pat could get in here. I'd like to hear what they have to say about.
Man, how are those two guys, bro? I ain't been on this podcast in forever.
Everybody's good, man.
That's good.
It's all good. It says Metro is giving free rides to go vote. Let's read this. It says Fulton County is working on going to court to extend the hours for those locations who receive 5 non-credible bomb threats. So it says the head of elections in Fulton County said the county received 5 non-credible bomb threats to lead to 2 voting locations being evacuated for approximately 30 minutes each. Yeah, 30 minutes isn't that long. If somebody really wanted to vote, most likely they're gonna hang out or just drive to another location. But you're gonna see. My prediction is we're gonna see more and more stories like this one because it's crazy out there.
Yeah. Yeah, it's crazy, man. I've been saying that. Like I say, I don't know how credible these stories are, but I've been seeing supposedly different like letters that supposedly police officers have been sending out to their residents in their different parishes around Louisiana, Mississippi, Georgia, that supposedly if it goes the other way, there's going to be all-out war against, I don't even want to bring that up in a live because I know what that can create, but I've been hearing that it's going to be violence.
Let me play this clip right here because this is the Pennsylvania thing. Somebody mentioned this earlier.
Every account that we know. Yeah. Okay.
Flash drives
the
are
flash
not.
drives that go to the machines are not synced up. And so they're having to get new flash drives out to all the machines. Yeah. That's what
Is that just Cambria County?
Cambria County that we know. Yeah. Okay.
Flash drives
the
are
flash
not.
drives that go to the
So it says officials have confirmed issues with counting the ballots in Cambria County, Pennsylvania. So something related to the flash drives.
machines are not synced up. And so they're having to get new flash drives out to all the machines. Yeah.
So it says widespread voting problems have been reported in 2 heavily Republican Pennsylvania counties. This is the New York Post, by the way. Let me read some comments. It says, funny thing, flash drives don't get synced to anything. You plug them in and boom, works perfectly fine to whatever it's plugged into. Yeah, notice that too, would it?
That's what
Is that just Cambria County?
Cambria County that we know. Yeah.
Okay.
Flash drives
the
are not.
flash drives that go to the machines are not synced up. And so they're having to get new flash drives out to all the machines.
Yeah, what does she mean by synced up? Let me read some more comments. It says, surprise, surprise, machines are having problems and always flipping votes to Democrats. Why can't we just have paper ballots? Well, we have paper ballots in my state, so I don't know what state you're in. Another comment says, paper ballots only and same-day voting, stop the rigging. Another comment, new flash drives, like the one they plugged in at 2 a.m. in Milwaukee, Wisconsin to flip the state in 2020. Be ready to defend your rights and freedoms, everyone. That was all BS right there. Another comment says, It's not who you vote for, it's who counts the votes. Another comment says, stop the corruption. Another one. ABC already aired Kamala the winner last week. Democrats don't want the votes counted. Okay. Another one. Then people wonder why elections are questioned.
Yeah, I mean, bro, it's just it's too much going on, bro. So it's like it can't like honestly, you can't be mad like with the comments and how people feel, bro, because it's like right now I don't trust that shit, bro. It's like I don't know how the vote gonna go, you know. My vote may not get counted. Like, hello.
Yeah, we gotta have faith in the institutions. I think, you know, it's really secure.
I mean, but the institution is keep failing us, bro. Like it's kind of hard, man. Like I say, man, I don't think there's a lot of trust in this whole deal, bro. And like I said,
I was playing a clip earlier, and the dude was saying it's basically impossible to have a coordinated attempt at like overthrowing an election or whatever, controlling this, because it's too many municipalities, it's all across the nation, it's local, it's a bunch of old ladies in there, like it's I don't know how you could possibly do it now.
but I don't know that people even trust that though, bro. I mean, you got that shit rocked a lot of belief. It invoked a lot of disbelief in this whole system when what happened back in 2020. And I'm sorry, but it's gonna take a lot. It's gonna take some time for those wounds to heal, bro. People still don't trust this shit.
Nothing happened. It was all debunked, bro. It was all bullshit. Like, it was all bullshit. There's nothing. That's why people got sued. What's his name? Fox News got sued for the stuff they said about the voting machines. Fucking Rudy Giuliani, his ass is broke now because they freaking taking everything he got behind some. It was defamation, I think, is what his was, but it was related to talking about the election being not real. So it hasn't been no evidence to support this shit, bro. Like, there is ways to influence elections, and it's gerrymandering, and it's like various forms of voter suppression, but fake voters and changing votes, and you know, that shit is not happening, bro. Illegals voting, that shit is not happening. People voting twice, dead people voting, none of that shit is happening. You know, and if the people were so concerned about the security of the elections and voting, then they would put effort in improving that process and making it more streamlined and making it more, you can see it.
Election defenses are up in Arizona as workers here process and verify a flood of mail-in ballots arriving ahead of Tuesday. Law enforcement is hoping to avoid a repeat of 2020, where election workers were harassed and Trump supporters, some armed, surrounded the vote counting facility in downtown Phoenix after polls closed.
There's a difference between First Amendment freedom of speech and committing a crime. And in Maricopa County, it will be zero tolerance on anything related to criminal activity.
While more than half of registered Arizona voters have already cast their ballots, Rita Tamez says she's going to the polls in person.
And then you know what happens? Some of these ballot boxes are being burned. And what if that would have been my vote? No.
The National Guard is on standby in Nevada, and at least 6 other states, including Arizona and North Carolina, have activated Guard troops. In Washington, D.C., businesses have begun boarding up, and extra security fencing is being added outside the White House and the vice president's home. Online, white supremacist group The Proud Boys have warned they are locked, loaded, and ready for treasonous voter fraud. The FBI's Election Security Command Center is now working 24/7 to handle all kinds of potential problems.
Threats to election workers, foreign malign influence,
cyber threats and acts of domestic violence.
Here in Phoenix, expect hundreds of police and sheriff's deputies protecting the polls, but also vote counting facilities like the one behind us here. You can see its security fencing is up, extra patrols, drones in the air, and the sheriff says if needed, he will call out the SWAT team. Nora?
Chris Van Cleve, thank you. And we hope that you will join us tomorrow for...
Yeah, so let me read this. It says election security is heightened across several states, including battlegrounds Arizona and Nevada, as officials prepare for a surge in mail-in ballots and respond to threats from extremist groups. Yeah, so election security heightened. They're concerned. What do you think?
Yeah, they concerned. Like I say, man, it's still a lot of disbelief out there. There's still a lot of people that believe that whatever happened in 2020, bro, was not a hoax, was in fact real. It did happen, and that shit is gonna take time, or it may never end. It may always be. Every election, it may be something, that may be, it's just I don't know, man. I don't think that they did right. I don't know. The shit just like it's crazy, man. I hope nothing happens, but there's been a lot of talk about stuff happening. So
yeah, a lot of. I find it interesting that it's all the Democrats screaming about how they're going to be riots.
Yeah.
My Chaka, your mic is way low. It's way lower than anything in the foreground.
That's what he was saying.
I was telling them that too. I didn't know if it was my shit or what. What's up, Doc?
Hey, what's up, Deuce?
Oh man, ain't that much.
Is that better?
No, you might need to reboot your mic. Like reset it, like pull it out, plug it back in.
Yeah,
let it refresh. Yeah, because I can't even read your damn lips when it's that low. I'm assuming that you checked your comments and stuff. There's been some rolling in since about 2:33, and then some more at 3.
Yeah, I did earlier.
Okay, cool.
I didn't see your mic comment
though. Oh, that's what I just noticed it. I've been sleeping through a turkey. Ran across, was at Kroger the other night. Ran across 88 cents a pound for turkey. So we having some turkey for a few days.
Sounds good.
Dang.
Hey, 88 cents a pound. Hell yeah.
What'd you do? Smoke it? Bake it?
Dude, I don't really smoke turkeys. I have not been able to find a way to keep them lit.
I got you.
Ha ha ha. Always gets the paper greasy too.
Damn.
No, man, I just do some Tony's on it. I threw some butter inside it, and I'm just gonna set it in the oven, man. Old school is best school.
I hear you. So, man, what do you think about all this stuff, Doc?
I've been pretty clear for the last few months. I estimate Harris is going to win. But I really believe that no matter which of these two win, it's going to be the country is going to be the one that loses.
Yeah, that's what I was telling Chaka. I don't see it being good for the American people if either one wins. I feel like we still lose.
Yeah. I mean, between both of them, if you shred both of their economic plans, you can't get a good one together.
Yeah.
I mean, because they're both so far off in the opposite directions. They're so busy trying to counter each other's plans that actually the people in the middle are the ones that are getting screwed over no matter which plan they want to work with.
Yeah.
But can y'all hear me? How does it sound now?
Oh yeah.
Yeah, you sound
Overpowered.
good now.
Okay. I don't think it was even hooked up. I think it was. I don't know where the hell it was using my. I think it was using my computer mic.
That's why I say just reset the connection. A lot of times, I had to reset the connection on my camera.
Yeah, I haven't been on in a while, and everything is kind of.
That's what I was telling you earlier, Chuck. I was like, man, it sounds like you're using the microphone on your headphones as opposed to your normal mic because you sound far away.
No, the headphone mic would actually be clearer.
Yeah, it was probably the computer. So whatever. I'll try to remember to check that every time now.
Election defenses.
Well, remember,
There's no way for me to know.
sound, lights, camera, action.
Yeah, but it's
You check,
my
you check
ears
your,
are
you
sounding
check your
fine.
sound. You set your lights. Yeah, and there's really no way to check ahead. What you have to do is you have to open a page and play it from the page rather than listen through StreamYard. Because while we're on StreamYard, it removes our own sound from the room. It removes our own voices.
Let me do that. I should have did that. Let me read some comments. It says, "Why would you want a president that brings so much violence and hate on the country? So sad." Another one, Trump is the reason for all this. Another one, it says, "Thank you for your protection." They were talking about the security increase.
No, I
Another
think
one says,
the
"This is
fact
just
that the
totally
Democrats are
bizarre.
pulling
Nothing
up
like
the-
this happens here."
I think the idea of them pulling up the guard and shit like that is actually in itself threatening. The fact that 2 weeks ago, the military authorized itself to use lethal force if they are called in to help is extremely telling. That should have been a presidential order or permission, not the military deciding that they were going to do it. I mean, by default, without being disapproved, it is approved by the civilian commander-in-chief, but the order itself was based from internal of the military. It sounds to me like during his whole presidency, they want riots if he gets elected. They want that scene up there, that ultra-violent, that angry, that authoritarian look, and they're gonna, it's like they're there we're here to defend the votes. Oh, Trump won. Look at all these military people around these places. Is immediately what it's going to go to.
Yeah, I think that completely depends on which side you're supporting, and you can look at it from those two different ways, and each side is going to look at it from like that. Let me read a couple more. It says
I look at it this way. He's going to be blamed if anything goes wrong. And it's going to be, because we did this, if anything goes right. So he's going to lose. He loses no matter what. He's going to end up with the egg on the face no matter how this plays out. Either we stopped him because we're badass, or he's a horrible person because it happened. That's the catch-22 that they've been working on for this last 6 months. Oh, he's old. He doesn't know. We're going to turn everything that you've used against us, because now it no longer applies. So we're going to smack it on the other side.
Let me read a couple comments. It says, "This is just totally bizarre. Nothing like this happens here in Australia." Another one that says, "Locked and loaded."
No, in Australia, the cops beat you down in the middle of the street and force a mask on your face if you're out walking without one during the pandemic. That's Australia. They don't do stuff like we do, though.
I played a clip of that in the show.
Yes,
the comment
that's why
says, "Oh, you remember from that? Okay." Another comment says that this is happening is all in Trump. In all my years, I've never witnessed anything like it. I want my country back. Another one that says, "How disgusting." Another one, "Thank you." Another one, "This household carries and will not be intimidated." Another one says, make a way, blue coming through. Yeah, it's like a NASCAR race or something. It's like a football game.
All I got to say is this: I only noticed one side. I noticed one side getting supported by a whole bunch of the Diddy celebrities, and I see the other side not. And the side that I see being supported is the same side that's suppressing the Epstein files.
Man, you know what's crazy is like when Biden was running, you had all of these celebrities telling you to get out and vote, this, that, right? Well, then when the question comes up about, you know, how should people vote? Are they voting, you know, this type of thing? When they're asking these celebrities, you know what their deal is now? Oh, we're definitely not voting for Trump, but you know, at this point, you know, I've done well in my life. It don't matter. It don't matter who wins. I won't be affected. That's real fucking. You know, I think that's bullshit. When y'all were pushing people to vote the other way when Biden was running, and now it's well, either way, whoever wins, I'm good either way. If Trump wins, you know, it'll be good for my taxes, but you know, I'll be good either way. And you're hearing a lot of celebrity. I know because I ride and listen to a lot of podcasts, man, all fucking day, and that's what I've been hearing from a lot of these big elite celebrities.
That's because it don't matter. Like both sides, both sides have elites in them. You know, the corporations are the ones that's running the country. You know what I mean? Like the people who's buddy with those corporations, those influential people, are these same people. Like it doesn't matter, Democrat or Republican.
Yeah, I mean, I get it. I get it. Like I say, it's just real. You know, I just find it. You know, now all of a sudden, you know, it's like I'll be fine either way. You know, it's like, what kind of hope are you giving to, you know, the people that look up to you? That was, you know what I mean? People that looked up to you when you told them to get out there and vote. You know, vote or die. But now you're saying, oh, I'm fine either way. Don't matter. I've done well enough in my life. But what about these poor people that looked up to you?
Well, that's the whole thing about the illusion that they've created about how great the economy is right now. I mean, anyone that has money and has investments, they point to the stock market and are going, hey, the nation's doing great, the economy's doing great. Yet everyone that actually has to go out to the store and buy their own groceries and spend their own money on stuff doesn't have assistance, and the people that are still in touch with reality and the cost of the day are all going, what do you mean inflation's great? What do you mean the economy's doing good?
Well, if you're taking your information from celebrities, then you're already not on with what's going on in the world. Like
I'm talking about news and everything, talking about, you know, the market. See the market. Look at how the market is doing. It shows our economy is great. Well, I'm sorry. I don't look at that market. I look at the fucking supermarket, and the country ain't doing so great.
Yeah, no, I mean, no, but I mean, I get what you're saying, Chaka, but you know just as well as I know that you have a lot of the younger generation that look up and follow, and they take heed to what the celebrity that they idolize say, and they're gonna, that's why the Democratic Party is always running to the celebrities. That's why they had Megan Thee Stallion doing a concert down here in Houston for Kamala, Beyonce, all this. Like they know, people listen to them, and that they can persuade people on how to vote. So, I mean, I get what you're saying, but that's a very, you know, blanketed statement, because you know just as well as there's millions of people that what these celebrities say is law. That's who they idolize. That's who they look up to.
Well, remember too that they didn't even perform. It was a bait and switch. They said they were going to be there. They said, "Oh, they're going to come. Beyonce's going to perform in Houston. Beyonce's going to perform. It's going to be great." She comes down. She says, "Hey, yeah, thanks for coming down. Vote Kamala. Peace out," and left. And right after the stars left, after that, about half of the crowd followed them out. If you take a look of the side cameras, you will notice the crowd emptying out as Kamala got on the stage, because the entertainers that they came to see just came, said their thing, and left. They didn't do any entertaining.
Yeah, they just came for a show, but I don't think that has any impact on their vote. You know what I mean? And I agree with you, Deuce. A lot of people do follow what the celebrities say. I don't know why they do that, but I don't know how much that really affects enough people's votes to really have an impact. Like, you know, but what do I know? If
I don't know, man. When you get people like Taylor Swift and Beyonce, that is enough to start the needle shaking a little bit, especially if they go wholehearted on it and really push. Because, you know, we're talking a few million, you know, we're talking in some states, a couple of thousand people. One state, less than 1,000 people determined the electoral votes for the state last time. So when you're talking just a couple of thousand people, that is enough to tip the needle in a lot of places. I mean, I'm not saying it's going to change Texas or California or something like that, but, you know, you got one of these little border ground or leans right states or leans left states, that could be enough to solidify a victory or flip a victory in those little borderline edge states. And and I'm not talking about, you know, like Billy Joe Bob been on Law and Order 2 or 3 times or something like that. I'm talking about the megastars, which you notice most of the male rappers have been kind of staying out of it. Most of what we're seeing with the stuff has been female performers.
Yeah. I think that goes with the narrative, though. Let me play some of this, and I'm going to get your comments.
Sums up why I'll be voting green for president this year. The long-term effect of voting for the lesser of two evils is that you never actually stop the evils. Society still ends up becoming more evil, just slower. At this point, both major political parties are right-wing parties, even if they don't say that outright. They're not actually competing with each other. They're working together to align society more to the interests of the rich and the powerful. And this is a cycle that's going to sound really familiar. Republicans get power and they enact obviously terrible policies that favor the rich. People get mad and then they elect Democrats who promise to reverse these policies. Democrats get in power and then they compromise with Republicans in the name of unity. And they might roll back some of the Republican policies, but they don't do it all the way. And in the end, people might feel like they won, but really they still lost. This is what's
So, yeah. What do y'all think about that? And that's kind of what I be saying all the time.
I think by nature, you've actually sat there and said Republicans suck, Democrats are great. And I don't agree with that. I mean, he just sat there and said
that's not what that was saying at all.
That is exactly what he said. Republicans make bad policies, and then Democrats compromise trying to fix them. Quote, unquote, paraphrase, that is exactly what he said. He said Democrats or Republicans come along and make bad policies that are outrageous, and then Democrats come along and they compromise trying to make things better, and it never makes anything better. He literally just said that. Hey, what's up? What's up, Pat? You gonna jump online with us?
What was I gonna say? Dang it, I lost it. Freaking the part I want to focus on is how we lose, and you know, and how it the whole thing is moving to the right, you know, and the policies are to benefit the corporations
to the left,
and both parties are working together to accomplish this.
I'm sorry, man. You got to understand. I was absolutely a 51 Democrat, 49 Republican kind of person going into the Obama era. From then forward, shit has moved so far to the left that moderates and people in the middle are now considered right wing. And me being in the middle, I'm edge of MAGA to some people, which you already know I can't stand that dude.
Yeah. Let me play some more of this.
It's called the ratchet effect, and it's the real dynamic between the Republicans and the Democrats. And the result is that society becomes more and more right-leaning regardless of which major political party is in power. Statistically, the majority of Americans want things like a Green New Deal or universal health care or other progressive policies. And yet every election, it seems like we're slipping farther and farther to the right, and now those policies aren't even being talked about by either major candidate. Like at some point, we have to realize that the lesser evil today is more evil than the greater evil of yesterday. And that's super obvious when we see what's happening in Palestine. Ronald Reagan, George Bush Sr., all Republicans were much more willing to enforce red lines against Israel than Biden or Harris today. And Harris and Trump, who supposedly represent the left-right political spectrum, both support genocide. It's become so clear to me that one of the biggest obstacles standing in the way of progress in this country is the duopoly. It's the false competition between Republicans and Democrats in this two-party system. And the only way we can break that is by making conscious choices away from it. So I'll be voting Green for president this year, but that's also not all that I'm doing. Arguably, down-ballot elections for congressional seats or local elections are going to be way more important. This year, every single House of Representatives seat is up for re-election, and a third of the Senate is up for re-election too. So this is a huge chance to change how the laws and the budgets are created in this country. So we all need to do our research and find the people who best represent us, or at least are the most open to pressure. And also researching who's running for city council, who's running for your assembly, or what kind of bills and propositions are being voted on. These are all going to affect your life much more directly, especially in the short term, than whoever is in the presidency. And really, at the end of the day, how you vote is much less important than what you do after you vote. Voting, after all, is just one small part of all of this. We need to keep protesting, keep escalating, keep using our voices online, and keep organizing. Because regardless of who wins, Republican or Democrat, the enemy stays the same. It's the ruling class. And this election is just one small part of a much, much larger battle to take back our power. So if you haven't...
All right, comments. His caption, he says, before blue MAGA comes for me, don't worry, I live in California, so my vote ends up going to Harris anyway. He said he was voting Green. Third party.
Well,
what do y'all think?
I agree to some extent about the local politics, but at the same time, if you really understand how things work, your federal laws can override your state. But
well, they shouldn't be able to. That shouldn't be how it should work.
It should only be when constitutional conflict comes in.
Yeah, that's the whole point. Because there's a lot of things that's happening that people just dealt with so much at home that they're numb to it. They just feel like, oh, that's just the way it is. And most of them not going to fight for their own rights anyway. As far as because you got to be careful how you say fighting for your rights, because everybody thinks it's wartime. But but either way, I just honestly, I think that it
kind
matters.
of breaking up.
It matters, but I think that they're just as important. All of them are equally important. But I saw you guys on. I didn't know how long you were going to be on for. I definitely wanted to get on, but I actually have a couple of things that I need to finish up. I'm off tonight, so I can be on. But I just wanted to kind of touch bases with y'all since I hadn't seen or talked to you guys for a while.
All right, man. Yeah, get whatever you need to get done, bro.
Okay.
It's all good. We'll be here.
All right, man.
Let me play this.
Yeah, we'll be getting the first results here in about the next 15, 20 minutes, the first preliminaries.
Okay, cool.
Yeah.
Well, yeah.
All right, cool.
Matter of fact, I'm just gonna
7 o'clock.
I'm gonna stay on. I'm just gonna kind of do what I need to do, and I'll jump in a little bit.
All right, cool. So it says 60 Minutes used its last episode before the election to remind voters of January 6th.
Fight for Trump! Fight for More than 1,000 rioters have been convicted, just part of the election lie chaos. Trump filed 64 lawsuits and lost 63. Lawyer Rudy Giuliani was sued to bankruptcy after falsely accusing Georgia election workers of fraud. Fox News paid $787 million to settle a suit that said Fox knew it was lying about the election. And Trump was indicted in Georgia. He's pleaded not guilty to election interference, but 4 co-defendants did plead guilty to related charges.
So now this posted this. It says, during a report on Georgia election officials still fighting against 2020 conspiracy theories, 60 Minutes reminded its audience of how Donald Trump will go to steal an election. How far Donald Trump will go to steal an election. This is coming from Now This. Comments. It says, this should disqualify him immediately. Another one. Remember
There's no facts.
the last 4 years of a trial. Another one says, January Sixers get off so easy, embarrassing.
Say, bro.
Another comment that says, my sister was part of this mob. I would never look at her the same way ever again. Another one, it says, thank God for Pence doing the right thing that day. Another comment that says,
what did Pence just say?
I just want to find
did you see the comment on what Pence said?
11,780 votes.
Did you? Hey,
Yeah, you
can
there?
you hear me? Can
Or
you
at
hear
least
me?
I'm not getting you. My internet's been jumping too. Yeah, I can hear you.
Did you hear what Pence just said this week?
No.
Pence said that he will never vote for Kamala.
Fair enough.
I mean, and it's because of who she is. So I mean, he would vote for Trump again, even regardless of everything that supposedly he knows and this, that, and because see, that's the thing. A lot of them know the difference of what happened and, understand the law enough to where to draw the line. Because I mean, the separation of powers, I mean, anybody has done enough study in political science knows that the separation of powers did not allow Trump to go in and stop anything at the Capitol. That he had already given delegation powers to the Army, the head guy, the Army in D.C. or whoever this guy is, I forget his name, but because he had already ordered 10,000 National Guard troops, and they were denied by Pelosi and the chief of police at the Capitol because of what they thought it would look like, the optics. But at the same time, he had them still ready and prepared, and he because of the separation of powers, so he can't become the king, some monarch. It had to be in somebody else's power to say, hey, all right, send these people.
Only the state governor can call in the National Guard, and the active military is not allowed to be active on American soil.
Well, no, this was the captain or somebody that was over the Army, but we're talking about the National Guard actually going in.
Yeah, only a governor can call in the National Guard for a state, except in a time of
so who's the governor of
national
DC?
disaster.
Who's the governor of DC?
Yeah, I can't remember her name, but it was that.
No, maybe you're talking about a mayor, but they don't like it's a city state. It doesn't have a governor.
They still have a government of which there is a leader of that government that's voted for.
Well, Maryland has a governor. Well, see, I'm saying Maryland has a governor, but because it's DC, it's different. Because it's a city state. But he prepared and had everything ready for those things to happen just in case, because he knew it was going to be a bunch of people there, and he didn't trust them either. He didn't trust them because, I mean, like a lot of people who've been following the Republicans, Democrats, during political seasons, like the Democrats have been caught many times going and doing things against themselves to make it look like the other party did something to them while they were campaigning. Like this is like many times has happened before. So like the idea that the people don't even give like you would think it's impossible or like that's insane, but these are diabolical people that we've been talking about. Like we're like seriously crazy people who, you know what I'm saying, like want their power no matter what, and they'll try to demonize other people so that they look like the good guy. You know, both of them have their bad sides, but like there's one right now that we can definitely say has done some really horrible things, or a part of their policy is to do harm to our own people. Like I don't know, but I just want to throw that in there because I mean, if you want to look up the separation of powers, like each branch of government has equal power. Neither one of them can override the other.
Okay, Washington, D.C. is run by an elected mayor and a 13-member council of the District of Columbia, and Congress has the right to review and overturn laws created by the council and to intervene in local affairs. Yeah, that's what I can honestly say. Never came up in civics class, and it's something I haven't had the need to look up before now. I always thought that they had someone hired in the mayor. They do, but it's a congressional council that runs it. And while they don't do the day-to-day running, the mayor does. They have the ability to step in and go, no, mayor, we're going to do this instead.
Let me play this clip, y'all.
No comment.
Political Action Committee, America PAC, has started an election watchdog group on X, urging users to, quote, share potential incidents of voter fraud or irregularities you see while voting in the 2024 election. The community grew to almost 60,000 members within 2 weeks of being set up. CBS News found dozens of posts in the community that contained misleading or flat-out false claims. For example, one video claimed to show someone ripping up electoral ballots in Bucks County, Pennsylvania. Another video claimed fake Haitian voters were voting for Kamala Harris in Georgia. However, officials say both of these videos were likely created by a Russian troll farm. Musk is a big supporter of former President Trump. A CBS News analysis showed how Musk has already spread false claims about election interference. Experts are worried this campaign from Musk could undermine faith in election officials and systems.
The effort to intimidate voters or make them feel like there could be violence is really a way to already plant the seeds that a Trump loss is illegitimate.
Elon Musk's Political Action Committee, America PAC, has...
So they say there's been a number of false videos going around, and I really would not be surprised. You know, a bunch of AI videos that look like someone is doing something related to that's being cast and so forth.
And
Let me read this.
I guess on the other side of this, all the calling out of the guard, activating them already, saying that the military can shoot to kill now, that doesn't do anything to incite or increase the amount of violence. That's all fucking damn shit, man. Oh, but them saying, let's watch the election to make sure there's nothing is no big deal. Is the worst thing ever, you know. But meanwhile, we're going to get troops and shit ready to send against American citizens that don't agree. I mean, so which side is sending the bigger message and which side is sending the more violent message? I think both sides.
Well, I think it has to do with disinformation. It's not about. I think disinformation is what we're talking about. You know, stuff that's
but both sides
clearly not true.
Disinformation. both sides cater to disinformation. Both sides propagate disinformation. I mean,
Yeah, well, I'm not
I'm tired of
disagreeing with
watching
you
people
on that.
lean one way, lean the other. No, man, they're both trying to pull the wool over our eyes. Neither one of these things is going the way is out front and in the center. And you can measure which one lies the most or which one doesn't lie the most, but you can't compete them because the different kind of lies that they're telling.
Let me read the caption. It says, Elon Musk Political Action Committee launched an election watchdog group on X, urging its members to report instances of voter fraud or irregularities. CBS News found dozens of posts in the community contained misleading or false claims, leaving experts worried that it could undermine faith in election officials and systems. CBS News has reached out to representatives of American PAC for comment. Comments, it says, imagine the media stating that reporting illegal activity is a bad thing. Wild. Another one, it says, I hope Tesla goes belly up. This is CBS News. Another comment, it says, he should be in jail for election interference. Why hasn't he been arrested? If it was them, they would have them behind bars already. Another comment, it says, report you buying the vote. Another comment says, Musk is the immigrant we need to be worried about. Another comment, it says, did Elon discuss these efforts with Putin too? Buying a president should be illegal.
Hold on. At no point in time did Elon Musk try to buy votes. The money he was giving was to sign a petition about the way FEMA handled the whole double hurricane punch. It had nothing to do with saying, I'll give you money if you vote for Trump, I'm going to give you money. It's if you sign this petition. And because it is a petition that he wants to put forward to government and stuff like that, it is not legal for him to offer the money. They told him that. He withdrew it, but everyone's been saying, oh, well, he's trying to buy votes with that money, It's like, okay, that's the equivalent of them trying to buy votes by saying a superstar is going to perform on stage at their rally. I mean, he wasn't trying to buy votes for Trump. It was about something entirely different. And offering a lottery to get people to sign a petition is not legal in that state and shouldn't be in any, truthfully. But that's the same as these people will say, oh, well, if you sign this petition, we're going to put your name in a rally for a car. They shut that shit down in a raffle for a car. They shut that shit down too. So saying that he was doing it to buy Trump votes is not only dishonest and misleading, but it's part of the reason why I've started leaning harder and harder to the right, because that's the kind of shit that's deliberately just close enough to a truth that people will listen to it, or just sounds just good enough that people will listen to it and they will be influenced about something that's not fucking true. That's the same thing that they accused the right side of, is saying shit that's not true. I'm giving 50-50 for mistakes and shit like that, but saying that he was using that $1 million to buy votes for Trump is an outright lie.
Let me read this right here. It says, you shouldn't have to be wealthy to run for office, but special interests are trying to make that a reality in Florida. Amendment 6 will repeal the state's public campaign financing program, which has helped fight big money influence for decades. Represent us. It says, public financing amplifies the power of small donations by matching contributions under $250 with public funds, making it easier for everyday Floridians, not just the wealthy, to support candidates. To qualify for public funds, candidates must follow strict spending limits and transparency requirements. This program opens the door to more candidates who don't have deep pockets and makes them accountable to voters, not wealthy donors. It says, this isn't the first attempt to repeal public financing in Florida. The legislature tried in 2010, but voters rejected it. Now lawmakers are pushing it again. Why? Repealing this program will make it even harder for regular people and not just the ultra wealthy to run and win campaigns. It says, Floridians deserve a government by and for the people, not by millionaires and billionaires. Let's keep public campaign financing and make sure every voice is heard in our democracy. Vote no on Amendment 6. So that's something to look at if you were in Florida. Yeah. I wonder. They showed DeSantis in this first clip. I wonder how much influence did he have related to this particular legislation. Let's read some comments. It says, first one, it says, I voted no on Amendment 6 button. Another one, when Army Rangers go through their certification, they're dropped from a helicopter into the middle of the Everglades with a compass and a knife, and they have to find their way out. I haven't worked all the details out yet, but I'm thinking something like that could work. I like that idea. If you can make it out of there, then you could be our representative. How about that? Another comment, it says, I'm sorry, Florida's. You have very weird people running your state government. Another one, it says, how did the amendment even get on the Florida ballot? That's a good question.
Okay, so there's only 3%. So far, we just got our first click on the counters. And at 1% in Indiana, we got Trump at 70% to 27%. And at 2% in Kentucky, we have Trump 65%, Kamala 34%.
What was the first state?
Indiana, 1% voting, or 1% reporting so far.
Yeah.
Donald Trump is at 70.7 or 71 at just shy of 23,000. And she's at 27.5, just shy of 9,000. And there are 11 electoral votes up for grabs there. Kentucky has 8, and he's at 65 with 27.5 thousand. He's at 33.7 with 14.2 thousand. That's the very first tick that I saw so far. And it's only 1%, so. But if that's a preview for the night, man, it's going to be a friggin' body slam. That's all going to change, though. Truthfully, normally, as time zones roll on and as polls close across the country, it's going to have a massive change. And then toward the end, since most of the West Coast is Democratic, if he doesn't have a lead like the Cowboys have a lead, or if he don't have a lead like someone does against the Cowboys in the third quarter, she'll take it in the fourth quarter. Because you got to remember, California being one of the last reporting states is going to drop 50 votes right smack in her lap. But almost all of the contention, the contended states will almost all be in the next 2 to 3 hours.
There's 34 Senate seats that are contested.
Yeah, as much as I hate Cruz, I sure hope he fucking wins Texas.
Man, I gotta go vote.
Hey man, I really think Cruz need to be in there. All red is not. He ain't right.
I have an open mind with someone other than Allred, but some of the things he supports are on my absolutely no-go. I cannot support you or your party if that's what
he
your
supports
position.
he supports anything that the president, the Democrats.
No, he's a further left. He's a further left than Kamala's new stance.
Okay, I didn't know that was possible, but okay.
He's closer toward. He's actually a little more left than Tim Walz is.
Oh my God! Yeah, that's horrible.
And I'm talking with the sports in the schools, the boys and the girls issues, all that stuff.
Yeah, bro.
Yeah.
Yeah, and you know, I question, like, do these people have children when they have these type of make these type of decisions, or are they, you know what I'm saying, these just predators that's trying to be in, you know, get in the way to, because it's just to me, it's just like you would want to protect
I
your
think they
child.
admire women and want to be one.
Huh?
I think they admire women and maybe want to be one. I don't know.
Yeah,
I happen to not like
get it.
Ted Cruz.
No,
I have to throw that and throw my hat.
But
in there.
the whole
Here's
thing
my
is not
opinion.
about
Ted
it's not
Cruz
about who
should
you
have
like,
taken-
bro. It's about who's gonna actually do the fair job for the state,
Yes.
for the country. Like that's what
Ted
it
Cruz-
really boils down to.
We've been talking about immigration and the border. He's a senator of Texas. He's been in there for how long? At least 12 years. I'm sure it's longer than that. But I'm
and
clearly
what
aware.
happens every time the state of Texas makes a change at the border? What happens?
Yeah, I think
the
since
Democratic
2009.
government comes in and reverses it, rearranges it, or sues the state for it. Meanwhile,
All I'm saying is, what has he accomplished? You know, that was one of the arguments that Allred made that struck me. I was thinking about it, and he was like, "So what has he done specifically on the immigration
in
issue?"
the fight.
Okay,
The
so
whole
you're willing to dislike Ted Cruz so much that you're willing to put boys on the girls' team against your daughter when she's in school. That you're willing to let boys get out on the field and beat the shit out of her. That you're willing to
because
have
he's not
the
gonna let his
boys
daughter
in
go
the same
do that type
locker
of
room
stuff.
as her,
So
changing
he's safe,
clothes.
but not the rest of the girls.
I don't know that that's
his daughter will
actually
be
happening.
safe, but the rest of the girls won't.
It absolutely 100% is. And we've sent videos talking about it. You see states pulling out of sports competitions, and I'm talking high school level, mid-school level.
Yeah,
They're pulling out of things. You've got a trans boy on your team, and we're playing field hockey. We forfeit because it's not a girls' team. He supports that. He supports chemical hormonal alteration of preteen children, gender affirmation through chemical treatment.
But listen.
It sounds like y'all been watching the
There
ads.
was over 900 gold medals.
I looked at his fucking history. Remember, I do that.
Hey, did y'all see that there was over 900 Olympic medals that should have gone to a girl that went to male contestants? And this is where like girls have they've been practicing their entire lives to go to the Olympics, and then now they got men playing in their sport and slaughtering them. Or like he said, them forfeiting because like they're fearful of their life to even go in, into their, the thing that they've been practicing for. They get there and they're like, no, all right, you know what? Let's just go home because they got some dude in there that's about to, it's insane. But yeah, worldwide, 900 medals.
You want to protect women in sports, women and girls in sports, but you don't want to protect
everywhere. No,
Here comes step 3.
Let him go. I want to protect them everywhere.
Abortion. What about abortion? What about the females dying in the hospital?
We're not talking about abortion. We're talking.
They're going to be responsible and not.
You might as well get your shit out of there. Yeah, because you can't be in here with shorts on, bro.
There are no two sides. How can we allow a murdered
it's-
unborn fetus into a sporting event. You
Say, bro.
can't. Two different subjects.
No, it's not two different subjects. We're talking
you
about.
always bring abortion up, yet we all fucking agree about abortion on this. You just want to blah 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 and say
We're talking about Allred versus Cruz.
We're talking about. So you are more interested in murdering babies than protecting children. Now, see, that's the kind of argument you use on the gun issue.
Don't forget that piece.
We're talking about Allred versus Cruz. If
we're talking
you
about
say,
what policies,
so that is that
yes,
problem with?
we're talking about the policies. So if you want to give,
not back down from this kill policies that he supports. I don't give a fuck about Cruz right now because he didn't support that. Do we have to answer to his bullshit on abortion? Yes. Everyone in this room right now agrees that it is fucking barbaric, the laws that he is backing and stuff. We all agree that it is barbaric that they don't make exemptions that are supposed to be there to allow doctors to do their jobs instead of having to follow a law written by Congress people and not fucking that. Okay,
that's enough. That's enough.
That is one issue that we can get to, but we got to stop this shit now. While women and women's rights are being completely fucking obliterated. You want to talk about women's rights?
But no, let me say this real quick because it's shame on Chaco for playing the game how he's playing it because he don't even respond to what we saying about like he skips over to something else because he knows that that's totally wrong.
You didn't let me finish.
No. He's in step one. He's still saying it's not really happening. His next argument will be step two. Well, it's happening, but it's not a big deal.
Well, no, I just said 900
then he's going to
Olympic
explain
medals.
to us how it's actually a good thing.
Yeah, we're not even talking about college, high school, junior high, or even like rec leagues or anything like that. No, I just spoke about 900 medals that went to biological men that should have been
entirely. I've been following that, and I have not seen a number that high yet.
Regardless of that, let's give Colin Allred the support of transgender.
No, he gets none with me.
In
he
sports.
Gets zero.
Let's give him that. Let's say that he
castrate our children. He approves of it. No. He approves of allowing them to do it without parental permission. No.
That's not true. That's not true. But let's say
look at his page. Have you even been to his webpage?
I've seen this stuff. I've been following this particular. This is the only one.
So no.
Did you see the debate?
You haven't. You have not gone to the page and read it and seen it yourself.
Did you listen? Did you watch the debate?
This whole time, y'all haven't let me say what I wanted to say about the topic as far as the point I was trying to make. Okay, let's give it to him. Let's say Colin Allred supports that stuff that you're saying that he supports. Okay, let's give that to Colin Allred. Okay, so we're comparing that versus somebody dying in the hospital. You know what I'm saying? You want to play apples to apples.
No,
but oranges to oranges.
No.
But listen,
we are
it's somebody dying.
We are putting on
their life
on problems.
No, but no.
Which
that
one?
That is a doctor problem we're having right now.
For me, somebody dying is a more important issue. Is what I'm saying. That's what I'm trying to say.
If it was so important to y'all, why y'all didn't bring up a bill that at least supports until y'all can figure out anything else with abortion? Why y'all ain't brought up a bill where doctors are at least making some kind of awareness for doctors so that they don't feel that
they've been trying to put. They've been blocking that. They won't let nothing about abortion get on the ballot here in Texas. They've been blocking it. The Republicans have a stronghold in Texas, so they not allowing none of that shit to get on the ballot.
That's in Texas. The governor, the senator doesn't have in Texas. He's up there. He's not going to be able to change that here.
Yeah, because
truthfully,
it's a state legislator thing.
Cruz should have taken Kavanaugh's Supreme Court seat.
That's a
what he
fair
should have
enough.
done.
That's a
And
fair
when he-
enough argument saying that he's a senator, but
And he stepped down and said he wants to be in the fight still. I don't like his fight, but I 100% will not approve of what he. You're saying, oh, people are dying. Yes, people are dying, but you're also talking about a very few amount of people and shit that's actually more that's pushed up in the media and all of that. You're not looking at there's other factors involved in the abortion issue where you're only doing headlines and shit like that. You're not doing a deep dive into it. And now you're talking about it's people are dying, but we want to chemically castrate these children for fucking life. And you're talking thousands and thousands.
Even if that's true, those people are still alive.
If that's true,
You're saying few people dying. You're saying a few people dying. Those are people dying, regardless of it. The number, it shouldn't be one. It should not be one.
Every abortion is a person dying too.
Say, dog, I think you tripping on this one, bro. Like, really, you tripping, bro? Because, like, it's all right. First of all, it's a state. It's a state issue now.
Lives possible.
And Roe versus Wade will never come back again because of, and I told you the reasons why it can't. It's like it was an illegitimate case. The woman on her deathbed was telling people how, like, you can look it up, like because of what she was saying, that she was forced to do it, and it was something that bothered her all her life. Like on her deathbed, that's what she wanted to let people know, but it was an illegitimate case. Everything that was in there never happened, so it can never come back because it's an illegitimate case. Like y'all need to move forward on something else. If y'all feel so strongly about it, Roe versus Wade cannot come back. And Kamala Harris promising to overturn it and bring it back is full of crap because, like, she maybe she doesn't know, because I mean I don't think she's that bright, but like the reason why the Supreme Court overturned it was because of evidence that was shown to them and her testimony. But I digress.
The idea is you focus on trying to save the most lives possible. That is the idea of trying to work these issues in a way that both sides can deal with and understand. And right now,
you can't call every pregnancy a viable life.
Absolutely not. And that's not that is also a situation for a doctor to decide with a patient, and not congressmen who draw the line at a fetal heartbeat, despite the fact that the person who's carrying that baby can have already gone so far that they're going to die no matter what before that heartbeat's gone. That's a problem with laws being made without consulting, medical laws being made without the consultation of medical people.
I completely agree with that.
That is something that we can work on and get towards and start changing around. And that takes some different kind of stuff. As far as the other shit, that is a no-go. I am tired of this misogynist culture that thinks all this time that we've been making these spaces for women, and now we're letting men come into them, take their awards, take their achievements, take their scholarships, set records so far beyond the biological capabilities of a woman that they will never, ever be beat. Women are leaving sports in droves because why bother competing when you have no chance against that man? I mean, when you've got people saying you have to be 18 or plus to get a tattoo on you, but we can pump you up with chemicals and hormones so you don't have puberty, so it shuts down your reproductive system so you can look pretty.
Yeah, man, I don't agree with that either. And I think that any rational mind would not agree with it. And I think that topic is blown out of proportion. But even if it's true, it's not
happening.
Comparable to the abortion topic. It's just not. They're not in the same league.
No, you sit there and say about lives. Okay, you are defending mass murder, first of all, by saying these couple of people are dying. And I'm saying we're talking about loss of thousands of lives compared to a few lives, compared to thousands of aborted lives.
But you were just making an argument about this patriarchal
Hey, I got a question.
control of women, but you're gonna tell them.
No, I didn't. I said misogynist taking away their special spaces, the things that they're being applauded for, the things that they work for.
You're taking
as
away
the
their
minority of being women is being taken away from them because men are being allowed in those things, and the lines have been crossed and blurred. Now, you're moving it around to that because the issue is chemical castration and affirmative gender care for teens and preteens.
You're taking away women's bodily autonomy. They don't have any control over their body. That
They
a man
had
should
the
tell
control
them.
to keep their legs closed. They had the control to use birth control. They had all kinds of control. Abortion is not an answer for bad decisions.
I don't
It is
think
a medical
anybody.
treatment used to save the life or to preserve life. Period. End of statement. It is not.
I don't think
for
anybody
abortion.
would
It is
disagree
not
with that.
for bullshit. That is what
But-
your argument, full body autonomy, is about. It is about women being able to have an abortion whenever they want, not because of a medical reason, just because they ain't feeling it, or they made a mistake, or oops. Meanwhile, they have the ability to have that child and stick the man with it for no matter what he did for the rest of that child, for 18 years of that kid's life. Where's autonomy in that decision?
Where are the laws that control men's bodies in any way, any shape or fashion?
Selective
And
service.
And how ridiculous would it be to have any laws
We are
that would
we are
control
objects
men's
of the
bodies?
state with no control as to whether or not they announce us be drug into slavery at any moment. And we lose all benefits of being a citizen if we just don't even register.
They are controlling
Women
us.
don't have to.
They are controlling man. When you get arrested for solicitation of prostitution, they're controlling my right to spend my money.
Well, that actually goes to whether or not prostitution should be legal.
No, I was just
in
I
a
was
society
joking.
like ours, that is a free transaction between two people, and truthfully, shouldn't have government involved in that either. Now, government regulations for health and safety and things like that, regular checks, things like that, absolutely. But the transaction itself should not be illegal.
Yeah, no, I know. I'm just making a joke about it, man. Cause yeah,
This is
But
this
no.
is this is why the right doesn't like me.
I don't, you know, I don't agree with that Colin Allred either, on his deal, because I do have children that participate in sports. I have a daughter that participates in track and field, as well as volleyball and basketball. And me being a male and knowing the strength and the dominance of a male, I don't know how I would feel, you know, seeing a male, you know, transgender male playing basketball up against my
Well,
daughter
see,
and her
this is-
teammates.
This is where the hormone blockers and stuff come in. If your child then gets on hormone blockers, that stops them from gaining the proper amount of testosterone and allowing that to form. However, extended use of those blockers will also stop that male from being able to have kids, or they'll stop that girl from being able to have kids. See, that's the answer. Well, if they don't have the amount of testosterone,
But that's the whole
they should be able
purpose.
to go.
But see, that's the whole purpose. That's a part of the depopulation, the Margaret Sanger thing that they're continuing to push it.
The darkening of the population.
But man, it's I understand that, like they say, you separate church and state. But, bro, dude, while we're sitting here arguing and fighting over who's going to be president of government, this fucking world is doomed no matter what. If you go back to biblical ideology, this world is doomed. Us supporting the rights of homosexuality, same sex, abortions, fighting for the rights for abortions and all of that shit, bro, like that goes totally against God's law. And it's like, I understand they said we have to separate these things, but
Look, I'm gonna tell you, one of the things that make us unsafe as Americans, and especially with all these different people coming from all over the world, is that we got people, terrorists, people who that hate us because we have a government that's been going around the world and saying, hey, well, you know that money that we help y'all out with, we can't get it unless you start allowing men to date men and all this LGBT stuff. Like
that's why Africa kicked us the fuck out and started going with China and Russia, because they don't play that shit.
So I mean, while we thinking everything is all hunky dory, like we're not safe as people, as citizens, because we allow this kind of stuff to take place. And it's a representative government, and we because they say, I want to try something too, but
people,
go ahead.
People ask me my
Let me
opinion,
play
bro.
this.
I say this here, and this is my honest opinion. I know I'll get flack about it. My wife and I have talked about it and discussed it. I honestly feel like women has their place in certain areas, but to just be totally in charge, I think it messes up the natural way that shit has always been, and I'm not totally up for it. You know what I'm saying? I mean, I step back because it is what it is. I'm one man, but believe it or not, there's more men, and good men, that actually love their wives and their daughters and will fucking move mountains for them, that believe the same way. Like, it messes up the natural, I forget the word for it, but it does, bro. And it's just, and we're fighting, and we're fighting for all of these fucking rights that goes totally against the natural, whatever Doc said, the way this world was planned and intended. Natural order and planned and intended. And it's like, in my mind, we're doomed either fucking way. Now, they can slander me on the internet, whatever. I don't give a fuck. That's my belief. I'm putting it out there, and this is how I feel. I feel like they have their place and their rights in certain areas. I feel like women are much needed in a lot of areas, medical fields, teaching, different things, being my partner that stands next to me in our household, with maintaining the household while I go out and work and provide, doing these type of things. But the way that this shit is going, this was not the natural order, and it's fucking up the order. And to be honest, not trying to get biblical, but I am, we're doomed either fucking way, bro. I'm just gonna say it. That's my personal belief. Unless the natural order comes back into this world, this shit is done for.
You got to remember too, where it says hate the sin, love the sinner. Whether or not you agree or believe, it is absolutely 100% true. Seemingly weird with what I'm saying, but no, gay people need to have protected rights. Trans people, they do need protected rights because they are a small community. And on top of that, the nature of that is unnatural, like you just said, unnatural to some people. It's disturbing, and people are treated horribly and badly because of these things.
No, I'm
not
for
all
them
of it
having
is
their
a
protection.
choice that they have, just like the color of their skin. And so
I'm
they
for
do
them having
need to
their
be
protections,
corrected.
but
They
you don't
need
go
to
around
have
the world and
spaces.
telling other
They
people
need to be kept
how they
safe.
need to run their country.
No,
Right.
I agree.
Yes, I agree with you there too.
I agree
Now you
with
see why I don't
exactly
get
what
along with either side.
I agree with exactly what you're saying. You know, I don't hate nobody. I don't judge nobody. I know I'm not God, man. I love everybody. I respect everybody, you know, and their place and whatever. You know, and I agree with that. I don't agree with the narrative that they've been pushing on our society and what they have been trying to push around the world, you know, and it's like it's bullshit, dude. Like, be who you are. I remember when back in the day, gays, you know what I'm saying? They had their little group, their little cliques. Like it is what it was. Like they wasn't trying to pass that shit off on nobody. Now they're trying to pass it off on everybody, you know. And it's even in the schools. There's curriculums about it that you don't even get permission slips sent home if you agree with your child doing this curriculum or not. It's a major grade. They gotta watch this. They gotta write a fucking, you know, 5-page essay on it or whatever. You know, and it's like putting that into these kids' head, you know, it's like, bro, that's why at the end of the day, man, that's a true saying what my grandma used to always say. The reason she was so hard and yelled so much is because she had to make sure and ensure that her voice was louder than any fucking voice that I'll ever hear. Because this is some bullshit, bro. It's wrong. And anybody that agrees with it is wrong. It is wrong, dude. It
Let
is
me
wrong.
play.
If I raise you and you leave my home and you decide to do that, hey, well, fine. Great. You know, you're my child. I'm going to love you.
So I take it you're not a Diddy fan.
No. Fuck no.
Well, yeah, that's the other problem I had with it was the whole consent thing. Like they want to give children consent to make decisions to have surgery if they choose so, and the parents have no say. Them gaining consent doesn't end with just being able to decide on surgery, because there's pedophiles that will be able to get away with having sex with children now because they have consent.
Well, they can't give consent as children to sex, but they can give their consent to change their sex.
No, once you give someone the ability to consent, like, you know, you get the you know, after you reach 18, in some cases 21, the ability to, you know, as an adult, like changing consent is consent. Like once it doesn't end with, you know what I'm saying, they don't have it where it's just for surgery.
Let me play some of this. This is to hopefully change the subject. These are Pennsylvania people's top issues for the election.
Saving democracy. Democracy. It's so important that we maintain our rights.
Upholding the Constitution.
Our constitutional rights to ensure that we have it now and in the future.
The genocide in Gaza.
The economy. Well, I think it's inflation and our economy.
Housing prices coming down, interest rates, food, gas, our children, our future, jobs.
Tax reform.
Freedom of speech and freedom of religion as we go forward.
Democracy.
Not letting democracy die.
Preserving democracy in the United States of America.
Women's rights, healthcare for everybody, climate change, kindness, respect, safety.
I ain't gonna lie, you can, by their comments, you can tell who they're voting for.
Definitely healthcare and climate change.
Saving a woman's right to choose, access to healthcare, gun violence, and gun regulations.
Environment, sustainability. My desire is that the USA keep up with all the new alternative technologies so that we don't have to go to China, Japan, Germany, and everywhere else in the world for our solar panels, our windmills. I'm for prosperity here in the USA through freedom of choice and investment in our future.
Saving democracy as we know it.
Democracy.
The disintegration of democracy.
More on the reproductive rights and, of course, equality on marriage.
Democracy.
Democracy. All people have something to contribute to democracy. That's what makes democracy what it is.
The character of our country is really at stake this election.
What's the top issue?
So I want to play it one more time, and this time I'm gonna say what I think who they're voting for based on their comments.
Do for you in this election?
Saving democracy.
Saving democracy. That's Kamala.
democracy. It's
Kamala again.
so important that we maintain our rights.
Upholding the Constitution.
Our
Constitution, that might be Trump.
constitutional
Constitutional rights, that's Trump.
rights to ensure that we have it now and in the future.
The genocide in Gaza.
That's that's against Kamala Harris. So this person is probably going to vote third party.
The economy.
Well, I think it's
The economy, I don't know who can, because see, they were saying that the Dems did good with the economy. So I don't know about that one. That could go either way.
inflation and our economy.
So again, inflation and economy, that can go either way because the Dems have an argument for that and the Republicans have an argument for that. So
No. If they mention fixing the inflation, that's against her.
okay.
Housing prices coming down, interest rates, food, gas, our children, our future, jobs.
Tax reform.
See, I'm not sure about her at all because she was like
No, I
food,
didn't
gas,
know.
interest rates. Yeah, I don't know where she's at. She's all over the place.
Freedom of
So this one, tax reform, freedom of speech. This is a Trump supporter.
speech and freedom of religion as we
Freedom of
go
religion,
forward.
Democracy.
Not
democracy. That's a Kamala.
letting democracy die.
Another Kamala.
Preserving democracy in the United States of America.
Kamala. Old white guy for Kamala.
Women's rights, healthcare
Another more liberals.
for everybody, climate change, kindness, respect,
you're wrong.
safety,
Need-
saving.
Those are definitely lefties.
No, I think you're wrong. Because I mean, when people say reserving the democracy, that means that it also includes like people who are constitutionalists, people who believe in keeping their First and Second Amendment rights. That's part of the democracy that and the ability to choose.
People making laws based on
There's a lot of
medicine.
there's a lot of things that's not people are not able to choose or wasn't able to choose when it came to certain things. They talk about body autonomy, but at the same time, they were making mandates that force people to lose their job or lose different things during the pandemic. They didn't have a choice. A lot of people wasn't given a choice. They were forced to do certain things. That's not part of the democracy. And who did that happen under? So I mean,
A
Let me do a little more.
woman's right to choose, access to healthcare, gun violence,
Definitely
and
Kamala.
gun regulations.
Environment, sustainability. My desire is that the USA keep up with all the new alternative technologies so that we don't have to go to China,
Trump.
Japan, Germany, and everywhere else in the world for our solar panels, our windmills. I'm for prosperity here in the USA through freedom of choice and investment in our future.
It's funny though, like the immigrants, the people who could barely speak English, them ones supporting Trump like left and right. And isn't Trump talking about he gonna deport everybody?
but no, he's not. No, it's
I don't
illegals.
understand.
No, see, that's the thing. You're talking about illegals. There's a bunch of foreigners that's here that came here to enjoy the freedoms of America, and that's the whole thing. And a lot of the illegals, the same way. Like if they get citizenship, they're not gonna all just jump over on the like most foreigners come here are, not necessarily Republicans, but they're very conservative. And they lean toward those things that will keep that in place. Because a lot of people, y'all gotta forget, Trump was a Democrat for 40, 50, most of his life until he ran for president is when he became a Republican. So his ideologies is more leaning toward what the Democrats used to be until they got insane and started trying to do all these other things.
Saving democracy as we know it.
Democracy.
The disintegration of democracy.
More on the reproductive rights and of
Kamala.
course equality on marriage.
Democracy. All
More Kamala.
people have something to contribute to democracy. That's what makes democracy what it is.
The character of our country is really at stake this election.
Kamala. I thought that was kind of interesting.
What's the top issue for you in this election?
I don't know. Do they have some comments? It says, we're not letting democracy effing die this election day. Another one that says, sounds like a lot of people voting red to me. Another comment that says, preserving democracy, so vote for the party that appointed a candidate without the people voting for them.
Thank you.
Another comment that says, Penn, do right by us, please. Another one that says, democracy. Another one that says, exactly what they all said, keep our democracy alive. It's such a fragile existence. Another one, democracy, all of the mention by all of these American brothers and sisters. Yeah, that's interesting. Yeah, I wonder what'll pop up on my timeline right now.
Did y'all see the video? I think I shared the video in the group this past week. Man, they had some Chinese woman. I mean, she was irate. She was angry about Kamala. She knows nothing. She was like, you could almost not understand everything she said, but you listen to it about 2 or 3 times, like she was going off. But
yeah, I saw that video.
I think we need to listen more to these people who come from fascist and communist countries.
Thank you.
About our political system, because every single one of them are telling us, you're heading right toward that way. You're heading that way. You're heading that way. And it's not the people that everyone says it is that are heading it that way.
Exactly. And that, I wish more people, because I got friends, some Cuban friends.
The chick from North Korea is a really good speaker now. She's speaking better and better all the time, language-wise.
Well, I'm just saying right there, just right here in Cuba, like there's people who like they jumped on a piece of wood and floated here so they can get away from the communist country that they were in, and everyone that I talked to, like, about it's like the things that they're talking about in the Democratic Party is the same thing that they've been doing, or that's how it led to what they did there.
They'd be willing to vote red even though red wants to deport them.
Yeah.
That's crazy. I was watching a video recently, I think earlier today, where they were talking about the Latino community specifically receiving a lot of disinformation, and the algorithms aren't able to catch them because they're in Spanish, and so they're getting all of these fake news, this misinformation, disinformation. I think that has a lot of impact on that, where they're not getting all the information. They're not getting good information, leading to them to think certain ways.
Truthfully, the Latino community is pretty damn Republican. I mean, if you ever sit down and talk with them, with anyone, about what you think about this and that and the other, in general, the Latino community is very racist and very right-leaning. But they are still only, we are, the 80s was when we really started busting up religion in our country. And you know exactly what I'm talking about, even though there's 1,000 corrections coming to mind. That's when the influence of Christianity, because of all the dumb shit in the 70s and early 80s, that moral majority and all that stuff, that was actually just a moral minority dictating the bullshit, religion broke apart. Kids stopped following it because Gen X, we were like, well, fuck you dudes, the D&D purge of the 80s, where it was the satanic game, all of this. We've moved on from religion, a lot of people, which is why the hardcore Christians that still get in your face piss everybody off. It's like, at no point in time in the Bible do you see get in someone's face. You see, show them how God is, bring them to the love by action, by deed, by showing, not by, grabbing them by the throat and going, you gotta live the way I tell you. It's about living, and because of that, a lot of people have been walking away more and more and more. It's just
but
like
that's my
country.
argument.
a good chunk of
That's
con
my
people are
argument.
walking away. Go ahead.
My argument with the idea of the conservatives, wanting to be socially conservative,
That's
within
because
their family. They want
that's because you're abusing the dictionary like the left often does, and you're skipping the conserve part and thinking of you're using a different definition.
I don't know that
They're
that's
called
true.
that. Okay, what is liberal about wanting to jail people for speech?
Okay,
For misgendering someone. Okay, so
wait.
let's start with the choosing which definition, cherry picking definition. You say it's not getting in other people's faces, and the actual conservative part of the Conservative Party is to conserve tradition.
Okay, and that's fine.
Okay,
You can
it's conservation of the republic.
You can conserve the republic and conserve tradition. You know what I mean, with your family, right? The people that you have influence over. But what part of being conservative is telling what someone else is doing in their house?
What part of being liberal is jailing people for speech and letting them walk free for theft?
I don't see how that relates to the.
That's exactly what we're saying. It doesn't relate because it's a different fucking definition. You're trying to make it all about this when it's not about that.
Yeah, you can't
Because
ignore.
you don't like it, you don't get it, you don't understand it. So you're speaking from outside of your knowledge, looking down on it from your academic person, your elevated position. You're not trying to understand it as what the average person does.
Wait a minute, what elevated position? I always look down to him.
The claim of academia, and this is what I do, and this is what I'm in school
I like
for.
those words. I'll take that.
It's called it's called arguing from authority. It's called argument from authority. Using authority-based argument rather than actual, argument. Because I learned it in college because I'm smart.
Let me read this. It says corporations.
Most of the ideology
Thank you for
is
properly
philosophy.
taking that, Chaka, and laughing with me about that.
But
and
look,
not getting
no, a
mad.
lot of it is a philosophy that has no true, no scientific bearing. It's just because that's how I feel, and that's what's so hilarious to me. Like none of it is like, it's insane to me. But it is.
Let's
what
look
it
at
is.
this.
I mean,
It says corporations and the rich took over American politics. Can Maine stop it? It says the 2024 election is the costliest election in U.S. history. Crazy. Look at this. $15 billion.
That number one reason why Kamala was put where she is because she is probably the best fundraiser of all time.
She raised a lot of money. And you got to wonder.
She's better than Hillary at getting money.
I'm telling you. And that's not a good sign.
Hillary was, what's
not a good sign.
Is it's the left that's the ones that are the best fundraisers. You would think it should be the right. I kind of want to know what's up there.
What I see is that she is easily bought or easily influenced because these folks gonna put money where it's gonna benefit them. So they're hedging their bets. So they're gonna be they probably put money on both sides. A lot of these big corporations, but if Hillary can raise so much money so quickly, then that means they're like, okay, this is our guy. You know what I mean? This is our girl. This is who we're going with. She's gonna bend to whatever we want. I think that's what that's saying.
And for some of them, literally, they will bend to whatever you want.
So let me read this. It says corporations and wealthy elites are throwing in millions of dollars to influence the results. But as recently as 2010, it wasn't like this. Yeah, so the money has been blowing up. Look at this chart. And And the more money,
I got to say one thing. I will give Kamala just as much of a chance as I have every single president that ever got there if she gets it. However, there is one move that if she does, I will 100% be against everything she does from then on. If she gets rid of Lena Khan.
yeah, hopefully she stays in there.
If she gets rid of Lena Khan, I
that'll
have
be a
absolutely
signal.
no faith in her whatsoever.
That's definitely something to look out for right there, because that would be
actually
very
make me
telling.
that will make me take a step toward the right if she does that.
You would
Not
know
just-
exactly where she
not just
is if she
stay.
does that.
Yes. And guess what? Guess who agrees with me on that? Or who I agree with on that? Someone you would never think. AOC.
Oh yeah,
She
yeah.
actually, she said.
I didn't see that.
She says there will be a democratic revolt if you get rid of her.
She better not.
I'll see if I can find the clip for you.
But all of this money, so it's good that we're on this topic, because all of this money pouring in could totally push for that, because you know that's what those corporations want. They want her out. They've been saying it publicly. CEOs left and right. We don't like this chick. We need to get her up out of there. And all of this money they putting in, yes, that's definitely something to watch for. But what I was about to say was, all of this money, the more money that's coming into politics, the less reactive your representatives are going to be to the people. You know what I mean? You know who they're going to be beholden to. These people giving them hundreds of millions of dollars, bro. You think they're going to care about you calling your representative about this topic or that topic when this dude just gave him $300 million? You know what I'm saying? Whatever he wants, he gets.
I say the very first thing that we all do is, as soon as they announce who's president, take all of the spare money we have and invest it in the companies that invested the most in his campaign.
Because
That sounds like a win-win to me.
That does. That's a pretty sure bet. I would say they're going up. Their stock portfolio, their stock prices are going to go up after the election. Let me read some of this. It says, before 2010, it was illegal for politicians to take money from corporations, and another rule prevented corporations from trying to influence the election. That all changed in 2010 when the Supreme Court ruled that corporations could spend unlimited money to influence elections, as long as they did it independently of a campaign. So that's why that money just be kind of pouring in from nowhere, and then they have all of these PACs. Man, any other country we would call this corruption.
I call it that too, but regardless, what can we do? What are we gonna do? Nothing. Sit back and wait till another cycle go on and talk about it again.
That's so sad. Let me read this. It says the 2010 Citizens United ruling let corporations infiltrate our elections, but it was a smaller case, Speech Now, that led to the absolute explosion of super PACs. It says, how does the Citizens United decision still affect us in 2024? Voters have a right to know which wealthy special interests are spending big money to influence our vote and our government to rig the political system in their favor. But as the 2024 elections approach, a case decided by the U.S. Supreme Court over a decade ago continues to threaten that fundamental right. The decision allowed corporations to pool their money and funnel them into elections. You know, part of this that I think a lot of people are missing is this is also like a robbery. It's a wealth transfer from poor people. They're trying to, the money that comes from poor people into these elections. I'm not talking about the PACs, but people do donate to these PACs. But what I'm saying is this money goes to what? Consultants, independent contractors, ads, the media conglomerates,
TikTok, YouTube, Twitch, all of these influencers are being paid $10, $15, $20, $30,000. As much as $50,000 has been reported so far to do videos supporting the Harris campaign.
Yeah, but what I want to focus on with this is that the people are getting ripped off, basically, is what I'm saying. You know, all of the money, $1.5 billion this election cycle, you know, how much good could that money have done in the hood? You know what I mean? It just went to this election and it basically evaporates, and, you know, it doesn't have any real impact. You know, if the people in the hood could have just put that money together, you know, and used it to improve the hood, that would have been a good thing. You following me? Instead of wasting it, you're getting robbed. Is basically what I'm saying. It's another way of siphoning away from the hood, like, you know.
Dude, I'm a firm believer that there should be a cap on like basketball and sports teams. There should be a cap on elections. You can only spend so much in a county election, so much in a state election, so much in a national election. And
I completely agree.
That way you get together and you find out which candidate actually has the ability to operate with a limited resources the best.
Right. And who really has support, and shorten the election cycle too, because that's another thing that causes it to cost so much, because they're paying for ads for a year and it just the price tag goes up.
That's what they're allowed to do. As soon as you declare yourself the day after they're inaugurated, you can start campaigning.
So I'm just saying that the regular folks are getting ripped off in the process related to how we donate to these political campaigns. And it's huge amounts of money that could go to help people. You know, we always talk about where is the money going to come from when we have some.
Dude, there's nothing sadder to me than watching these TikTok videos of the kids asking their 90-year-old grandparents, well, what did you do with your money? Well, I gave $2,000 to the insert politician here campaign.
I'm saying it hurts my heart.
It disgusts me.
It hurts my heart because they just got ripped off.
I mean, I'm not even looking at that. It's like these people, the last thing they should be worrying about at this point in life is this politician or another and things like that.
They just got ripped off.
If I were to run, I would have to sit there and go, hey, anybody over the age of 80, talk to your friends about me, spread the word. Don't give me money.
That money
that is your money for your life. Take that money and give it to the local library.
Yeah.
So they can buy more books. So they can get buy the local library a computer so more people can use it. Do something that's going to make your community better rather than, spend it on my campaign.
Just buying a banana or some KFC would have been a better value. I'm just saying, bro. Like you're basically throwing it out the window. You're throwing it in the air. It's a wealth transfer.
Buy something healthier. Get yourself some beer and bacon and cigarettes.
Yeah, man.
It's something that at least makes your life feel better, if not makes it better.
Whatever you want to spend it on, because it's a wealth transfer coming from you to well, these are already wealthy people. You're a poor person and you're giving your money to some rich guy. Like, come on, man. They're gonna wipe their ass with your money and then laugh at you and then go do whatever the hell they wanted to do when they get in office. Man, let me read this. It says, thanks to the Citizens United in speech, now a handful of billionaires can contribute as much money as they want into an election cycle, and they've been taking full advantage to swing election results in their favor. It says Sheldon Adelson, 135,000, Timothy Mellon, 147,000. No. Richard Uihlein. Wait, I'm saying 129 million, 147 million, 135 million. I said it wrong.
The only one that looks familiar to me is Tim Mellon, and I don't know why.
It kind of looks like RFK.
They're saying handle beers. I don't know who they are, but the Mellon guy looks familiar.
Yeah, either way, these are the people they're going to get what they want after the election.
See,
You can
everyone says
best
Gen
believe
X
that.
checked out. Gen X checked out. It's like, no, boomers never let go. Say
Yeah,
we
they
didn't
still
check
run.
out. We never got the chance. We were
Yeah, they
sent
still
outside while the adults talked, and even when we became adults, we're sent out of the fucking
they're
room.
still running the show this whole time.
And now
I saw
millennials are compared. You know, if you're a millennial, they ask your opinion. You're either called a boomer or a fucking millennial based on your opinion. Like Gen X never existed. We're not just the forgotten. We were the you know sit down and shut up generation.
we're in between. We're the middle child. Freaking yeah, the boomers running the
Marsha. Boomers.
The boomers are still running the show and have been for a long time, even though they're older. I saw a post that said that the boomers are the richest generation ever.
JD Vance is the first boomer or the first Gen X candidate ever. It's all been boomers up to now. And Kamala, I'm sorry. I know how they've obfuscated the dates recently to try to change that generation to put you in Gen X, but you're last year a boomer.
Pair of court rulings legalized the super PAC, a vehicle for corporations and billionaires to pour unlimited money into elections.
And almost overnight, the Republican Party went from a party trying to address a very difficult problem in good faith in competition with the Democrats to a party that denied there was even such a thing as climate change.
Do not think the science clearly supports the global warming theory.
With the global warming and that, a lot of it's a hoax. It's a hoax.
Politicians have to pay attention and have to do what the big money wants. Many people don't remember that until...
Yeah, so they're saying that the money in politics is related to politicians' take on climate change. Let me read this. It says Maine voters will decide on November 5th whether to get big money out of their elections and put power back in the hands of regular people. And what they decide could have a ripple effect across the entire United States political system.
Is it possible
If the
that
ballot
some of
initiative
it is
passes
just
on-
common sense?
Yeah.
Because I mean, that's the way I see it. Because I mean, when they're talking about CO2, because I mean, for one, we got somebody who changed. It was global warming at first. Now, after it started cooling again, now it's got to be climate change because it's doing what it's supposed to do. So, in order for them, their investments not to be gone, they now have to find another way, a different terminology, so they can continue with this agenda that they started. So that to me is just like carbon is the root to everything living and dead. I mean, you know what I'm saying? Like, how do you get rid of carbon?
Man, I made it in time enough to vote.
It's got to be wrong because.
Okay, as of 6/18, we have 3 electoral for Harris, 19 for Trump.
Wait. Cover it. What is it?
We got, as of 6/19, I've got the live count. If you do Google live vote counting results, it pops right up to the top.
Yeah, let me get.
We've got 19. We got 19 electoral for Trump, 3 for Harris so far.
Damn, you're breaking up. I don't know if it's my end or not because my end been tripping.
3 for Harris, electoral votes.
3 for Harris, 19 for Trump.
Okay. So what states, where did they come from?
Here, let me do this. I'm going to post in the comments. If you put that into the Google search engine, live vote counting results, it's going to come up with the map. It's just going to be a map on the top of the page, and it's going to show where I'm getting the information. That way you can share the screen every now and then.
Yeah.
Man.
Yeah, I pulled it
Well,
up
I feel
earlier.
good. I got
it was It was freezing up.
Chaka,
It
can I
was
ask
freezing
you?
up, and I think it's because I got too much going on. Go
You
ahead.
probably got too much going on. Yeah.
Go.
So this here is different from when I voted. Yeah, 2020. So they like when you check in or whatever, they hand you that big paper, the ballot, and then you stick it in the machine, and then once you're done,
Yeah.
you hit print. It prints out everything, and then man, the crazy thing, I didn't
Right.
realize that. So I'm like, what the hell? So I'm like, all right, should I hit print? But I'm like, man, I don't want nobody knowing what I voted. So I'm standing there, and the lady, she goes, everything okay? I was like, yeah. I'm like, I know this is probably stupid, but do I print? And she was like, yeah. Sorry, they didn't. I'm like, yeah. So she got to see everybody I voted for. She gave me a big back rub, though. I'm like, God damn.
Yeah. That's a really secure way. So that's the reason why they do it like that. So I mean, it is what it is.
Yeah.
Yeah, printing it out is pretty cool, actually. I think
That
that's a
was
pretty cool way to
different.
do it.
'Cause
When I did it, my paper got stuck. My paper got
Okay.
stuck in the printer. I
Damn.
had to adjust
I
it and
didn't
stick
have
it
we
back
didn't we
in.
didn't do any type of printing. They gave us like a little card.
Yeah.
It was like a little card, and you go
So
stick
what?
it
It
in,
did.
you
Wait.
vote,
So how
and
did it work
then
for you?
you take. Yeah, that's what I was saying. That's what I was telling you. They give you a card. Like once you go in and register, you know, they pull up your name, this, that, and the other, blah blah blah. You know, you verify, and then they give you a card. You go stick it in the machine, and then the people that's available to vote for, all that stuff pops up. You hit the you know, who you gonna vote for, and it's saved on to the card. You go drop the card in the box, and you go on about your business.
So does the card have, like punch holes in it, or what is it?
No,
It's printed on the ballot, or is it a memory card?
it's a memory card. It's like you know how you know it has like the little same little thing that your Visa card has.
Oh, it's a
like
chip. It has a
yeah, it's
chip
like
on it.
yeah, it has a little chip on it. Yeah.
I guess everybody's doing it different, man. Because when I went in, I gave them my ID. They scanned it in on the computer. It pulled up all my information. I signed it. Then she gave me
Well, that was probably in
ticket.
Louisiana, right, Pat? You're in Louisiana,
Well, yeah, that's the difference. I'm in Louisiana this time.
Pat. You voted in Louisiana, right?
Yes.
Yeah. See, that's the reason why he's in a whole nother state. And Texas is all printed ballots. And I ain't gonna lie, I would like to print a ballot over that the chip, because that's the thing that they were saying about the voting machines could possibly get hacked and they could flip the votes or whatever. How do you know that your votes are the ones that was saved on that chip? Not to say that actually happens. I'm just saying a more secure way would be the paper ballot, because you can look at it and verify that the votes that you chose are the ones that's on that paper. You get what I'm saying?
Yeah. Either way, I mean, afterwards, after everything is said and done, I mean, it's left up to the man to you know, whatever's gonna happen is gonna happen. I did my part.
Yeah.
Man, that
Yeah.
woman gave me
I'm
the
not
damn
saying
back
nothing
rub.
about
Gave
it.
me a back rub, made my nipples hard. God damn.
Man, what is wrong with you, bro?
It's always all. I know, man. It's, you know, it was an old lady, because that's what I'm about to say. It's always all old ladies in the voting places. Every time I go, that's all that be in there.
Man, she rubbed my back and she touched down the center. That
The lady
made me
was.
feel I felt that tingle from the back of my neck down. I'm like, ooh shit, what this woman
You,
here?
you ain't try to return the favor.
Say, man, y'all gotta forgive me, okay? My wife, I hadn't announced it, but my wife is a high risk pregnancy right now, so I ain't had none, bro. So you know, old lady may have got stuck. God damn it, if it was a different situation.
Oh, you stupid.
Shit.
Man, the lady was rude to me when I went to my place. She was like, "Pull out your ID." And I was like, okay, wallet. And I had my wallet in my hand. And she was like, no, take it out of your wallet. Like, it wasn't, I was in line at this point. She wasn't even the lady who was looking at the ID. It was a lady that was sitting at like a desk that would check the ID, and I wasn't there yet. I was still in line, and it was the lady at the door, and she was all
that way
like, pull your ID out of your wallet. I'm like, damn, like, calm down.
So you're not standing there at the front of the line holding everybody else up by pulling it out of, because they're not allowed to take, like cops. You can't hand them your wallet. They always tell you, no, pull it out. It's because they're not supposed to actually handle it, or they're not actually. That way, there's no question that anything else is gone from your wallet. That's actually a law.
Yeah.
Or anything else put in it.
I think she was being a little over the top. Yeah, I think she was being a little over the top, because I was in the line.
Dude,
I wasn't even at this damn.
Once a year, or every 2 years, these people that really don't have much to do with their lives get a little bit of power over people. And like always, they get very, very self-important. And it's a very confrontative year. And they're not allowed to talk or mention politics and stuff inside the building. So they're assuming people's politics just by the way they look and talk. And, you know, I hate to say it, Democrats treat Republicans like shit when they identify them, and Republicans make fun of Democrats when they fucking see them. So neither side is too nice to the other when they're identified, unless it's already a conversation where it's like, hey, man, this is what's going on. I actually, anytime we start talking about politics in a bar or something like that, because it happens at one, because they've been missing the show, and they fucking keep me there and make me talk about shit while I'm just trying to drop some food off. Yeah, you have a bar that puts your show on.
Let me ask y'all this, though. The vibe that I... Oh, really? That's cool. Let me ask y'all this. The energy I get from this election is that, like...
I was saying, I have a Trump T-shirt where he's got his hand up that was given to me by a listener.
That's really cool. But listen, I don't know, is it that I'm more aware of politics this time, or that it's actually more intense this time than it has ever been? Like, I feel like this particular election is more intense than any of the other previous elections that I've followed.
Okay.
What do y'all think? What do y'all think on that?
In our more conscious era of things, you got to understand the Reagan politics. I barely remember it. I was very, very young at the time, but man, that was a knockdown drag out between people. I mean, and of course, that's also back in the day that bars were not allowed to open until after the polls closed, which I think is a good idea. But that one is pretty bad.
What year was that?
I want to say 78.
Damn, Doc, tell us how old you are.
Yeah,
it was 82.
I was born in 68.
Wasn't Reagan reelected in 82?
So I was 14.
Yeah.
So I'm just starting to get into
84
all of this.
Was the
84, 60, yeah.
84 is you're talking about, I think. That's Reagan Bush. Bush was the vice president. That's how he came on the scene. And I've been seeing people with that. That's the reason why I know for sure it's that, because I've seen people with this campaign shirt, Reagan Bush 84. And that's really weird. Why would people be wearing a campaign shirt from 1984? I've been seeing it a lot. So
because this is the same thing.
What that really means politically.
Listen, what that means is this year is the same thing. Like when Reagan was running, he had run Democrat for a couple of times and lost. Then he ran Republican, kind of like what Trump did. and then he won. He got in. So they're saying like that. A lot of them are saying that this is a reboot of the Reagan era.
Yeah, I mean, if Bush, if Trump gets in there, then you got the JD Vance dynasty that's gonna come behind it, and I guess that would relate to the Bush dynasty that happened.
There's something
I
about
don't
him
know.
that don't sit right with me. I can't say
Because
that I
we
don't.
might have a situation.
I can't say that I don't like him, but there's just something about him that I don't
I can
like.
say I don't like that guy
If you understand that. I mean,
because he's
I wanna
inauthentic. He keeps flopping.
I want
You
to
know,
see our guy from Houston get a chance at second
he act like
chair.
he's for the regular man, but he's a rich ass.
Kent, they're all
He
rich
talking
ass
about going against
motherfuckers.
the elite when he is an elite.
They're all doing
Nah,
that.
there's
They're,
a different level of elite. I mean,
That's true. I give you that.
nowadays, being a millionaire is kind of just like middle class. You talking about elite? We talking about billionaires.
until
And
you
and
hit
at this
100
point,
million, you don't have fuck you money.
Let's see.
I call the elite fuck you money. Actually, anyone to me, anyone that's got 2.7 in the bank, shut the fuck up. You don't know what common man is anymore. You get $5,000 to $8,000 a month for the rest of your life by sitting on your shit, and your shit still grows because you're only taking half of your interest.
8,000 a month.
Yes, that is actually
Listen,
plenty fine for
I
someone to
think
live reasonably on.
yeah. I think
That's really not a lot of money. I mean, it's decent, but
listen,
it's not a
listen.
lot.
I think what you were saying about what Kamala could have done, which you were kind of right on that prediction, I think. But I think JD Vance has an opportunity very similar to that, as far as Trump not finishing. If Trump was to win, and him not finishing his total term, and then JD Vance get in there as an incumbent, and then gets reelected again, and then again, and do
Okay, well,
more
see,
than 8 years
that
in office.
that doesn't make
And
sense doing it with this time.
and
because
wait,
he's a lame-
and I have to give
he's a
you
lame-
props.
He's a lame duck president.
Why you say that?
Okay, Biden had
It,
two terms.
it wouldn't matter because even though he would,
It's a smart. Okay, doing it with Biden would have been 6 years of a Biden term.
it won't matter because it'll be JD Vance.
It does matter because that's 4 terms with 10 years being one.
He'll get the incumbent.
He can't do in 2 years what he could have done in 6. That's what I'm saying. It's not a smart move to do that now. You do that when your president has 2 full terms. And
Yeah,
you don't
well,
think
I'm
he's gonna
just
make
saying
it.
that's something to think about. That's a possibility.
Biden was supposed to win this election, and then halfway through they were going
And
to call
wait, so
the
but look,
25th, and that gives him 6 years.
Well, that's what
a
I was gonna-
16-year total run. This is only going to be a 12-year run, no matter what, and it makes
Yeah,
no
at the
sense
most.
to bump Trump out.
At
It's
all.
a different. That's not a smart and winning strategy to do that this
Well-
time. However, with the whole old Trump's going crazy, he's
I don't
getting
know.
demented.
No, it don't.
It
that don't add
does
up.
allow a
that's
level
what
of
I'm saying.
protection
And
for
and he's
that.
getting older. Yeah,
Well, he
so
already
he's
said
getting
if he
older,
he's
and
already said if he loses
you know,
this bid, he's not running again.
Yeah.
He said this is it.
yeah,
and
it wouldn't make sense, and he'd be like 88 or some shit by then. But I have to give you
But
props.
he said
What
he
you
said
said
he was gonna
about
move
what's
to
going to happen
Argentina.
with Kamala, you was almost
if it
you
wasn't
was
for that
you was
debate,
almost right as far
if it
as
wasn't for that debate with Trump, it's what would have happened. They couldn't drag him. They couldn't drag him across
Yeah,
the
so
win for president. So now they had to flip and try to push Kamala above it, which
yes,
only
you made
turned out
that
to be easier to get the
prediction,
money.
and it sounded crazy when you were saying it, but it just the only thing you was off on was the time frame.
Well, that's because Biden
So
lost
that's
it
pretty
fast.
cool.
That's because Biden lost it faster than they could cover. It had gotten too obvious that he's losing marbles, and I've gone now from the position because of what was done. I have gone from the position of being against him because of all that, feeling sorry for him because they used him that way. Because I listened to that hot mic where Obama said to somebody, "Man, if the one thing you can always count on is for Joe to fuck shit up." I mean, he didn't really have the support of his party. He was,
But
just
he
put
was
up there
trying.
as
He
a
was trying to.
figurehead.
Man,
He
the
was
man
done
was
dirty.
trying to
He was done
retire.
dirty.
The dude was trying to retire. Like they forced him out of his retirement to come back because nobody else could beat Trump. Like
And
he was the
everyone's
only
sitting there
person.
going, "Oh, they didn't do Kamala like that. She didn't just appear. She was supposed to be part of the ticket. They didn't switch things. They didn't wait and switch. The Democratic Party doesn't do that." I just looked at him and went, "Bernie, Hillary.
Yeah.
We
Like,
didn't
this
vote
is
for
like- this-
Hillary to be the one either."
This was like the third or the fourth time that they burnt the person who was supposed to make it.
Well, they
I
definitely
do
burned.
agree that I
they
don't. I do agree that I
Bernie
don't
two
think
times.
Bernie. I don't think Bernie could have won, but I knew Hillary couldn't.
No, I think no.
She was a
Bernie
terrible
had a better
candidate.
chance than, no,
I
Bernie had a
actually
Bernie
like
definitely-
Hillary as a person better than Kamala.
Bernie definitely had a better chance, and that's the reason why they squashed him out. They knew it. They didn't want him to win. They did it twice. Let me read this. It says
But at least
when
he got
to
a really
expect.
nice house both times.
It says when to expect results from battleground states. Georgia counts relatively fast, but watch the vote margin. 94% of the vote was counted by midnight on Election Day 2022. North Carolina counts fast with new rules. Quick overall, but first votes could take a bit longer than before. Pennsylvania is likely to take until beyond election night.
Thank y'all. That
54%.
was nice.
It says 54% of the votes was counted by midnight on Election Day 2020. It improved to 87% in 2022. Michigan could be faster than in the past. 51% of the votes was counted by midnight on Election Day 2020. Reforms have been passed that could speed things up. Wisconsin is likely to finish most counting Wednesday. 71% of the votes was counted by midnight on Election Day 2022 and 86% by midnight on 2022. Arizona could take days. Most voters cast ballots by mail, and counting typically takes a while. And I want to say Arizona is one of those states where the mail-in ballots can come all the way up until the day. And I also think Arizona is one of those states that they don't even start counting until the day of election. It says Nevada could take days. New technology may speed things up this year, but postmarked ballots are allowed to arrive up to 4 days after the election.
I don't think any of this early voting and all that shit, I don't think any of it should be counted or released to the public before the election.
Yeah, I don't think they
nothing
really
should be said about the election at all. No, because they were already seeing, votes are leaning, pre-voting is leaning this way or leaning that way. They already had people telling them about it, whether they were supposed to or not, or it was
I think
leaked,
those were
and it
those were
should
probably
be.
exit polls. Like when people coming out and then they ask them who did you vote for? Those are not reliable.
Either way, I don't think that really them giving any kind of heads up on it, like who's in the lead, who's doing this. Because I mean, okay, if you were going to vote, go vote. Period. Just hearing what somebody else is doing. Oh, well, then I guess I need to go. Like, no, I mean, you should. If you in the game, go play.
Well,
Yeah, but
okay,
that stuff
see,
does influence people because
this
if they feel like the other side already won, then they're like, "What's the point of me going to go vote?" That's what happened that
This
time when
is-
they announced the president before they finished, before they knew. And that's when that shit turned into a whole big ass scandal, whatever year that was.
No, truthfully, this is one of the primary reasons for Democratic victories in a lot of close elections, is because the Democrat Party will get way ahead, or the Republican Party will get way ahead, and the Republican voters tend to go, "Oh well, it's not really worth it," or "Oh, we're ahead, we got it in the bag," and then they just don't go to vote at the end.
Right.
When previously, like in the 80s and early 90s, when I started watching all this, Republican wave came always after 5 o'clock. The last couple of hours of the polls dramatically switched to the right as it went across the country, because, no offense, Republicans were getting off of work and going to vote instead of having all day to do it.
Well, look, y'all didn't answer my question. Do y'all think this election is different? Or is it not? It's just like the same old stuff. It just feels like it's different because it's new.
I feel like something's off.
Well, I think it's different mainly because, I mean, there's a lot at stake. I mean, I don't know if everybody realizes how at stake it is being, it is.
Okay.
But I think that has a lot to do with, like, if you really think about it, there's a lot of people that converted from Democrat to Republican just this year. There's a bunch of people who, not just people 17 and 18 that just registered to vote because they can now. A bunch of people who never voted in their life decided, oh, you know what, I think I need to go and vote. Like people who's in their 30s and stuff that's like, oh, voting don't matter. So like it's a lot of more interaction in it now than I think ever before. So
it is one of the most two-sided against each other campaigns since the Obama campaign. So where the other side demonizes you if you don't agree with their choice and candidate, and not just over issues, but over them as people. If you don't vote for Obama, well, you're racist no matter what you voted your entire life. Policies don't matter. It's the first black president. So if you don't vote for him, it's because you're racist.
Well, they try to pull that same thing, with it being a woman and quote unquote.
Right. And to me, neither one of those are a qualification to be president.
No.
And if we really want to get into a big discussion, the fact that she's a woman and the fact that she's of color can actually be a detriment in certain areas of world politics.
Yeah, it is. And
I mean, being a woman of color makes it difficult for her in like the European and the hardcore countries like that, while being a woman makes it difficult for her in Africa, the Middle East, places like that. And I'm not saying that as it's a bad thing. I'm just saying if you want to use it as a qualification, it has just as many negatives as it does positive.
Well, I'm gonna tell you, some people know, like, if you really understand politics, world politics, like if you want to have the proper standing and to have the certain level of respect, because I mean, you're dealing with Saudi Arabia and like a lot of these Islamic Muslim countries, like they're not going to talk to her the same way. Like they're not going to give her the respect that she deserves, like a woman, like how we will respect the women, they're not going to do it the same way. So like I think that
I'm waiting for her to go to the Middle East and wear a headscarf in front of the world.
Not gonna happen. Well, but I'm
yeah,
not, no, what I'm saying is I don't think that she's gonna make it.
I think the fix is in and has been in. I think she's gonna get 292. If not, he's going to end up with like 283 as a win.
Yeah, well, I'm gonna tell you, the numbers has been showing him as the winner, but I guess that's the same way it was last time. And then overnight, then it wasn't no more. So I
all
guess
of the predictors that I've gone by, including Gut Instinct, have only been wrong once since since like the Reagan era, and I did miss Trump. I thought Trump was going to win last year. He should have.
last time.
Which is why I think this is why I think something weird went on. But like I said, all that happened before the election, not
be
after
careful
the
about
election.
that, because then a lot of people like, oh, you're a denier. You know what I'm saying? Like, it's like
That's okay. We watched the Democrats for 6 months saying it was in 2016 say it was an unfair election. Every side says it. I'm not saying the election was rigged. I'm not saying it was changed or cheated. I'm saying that the laws that were changed before, due to the pandemic, leaned it toward the Democratic victory.
Yeah.
It bumped the pinball table.
They always try to leave a window for the ability to, get change. Like if something, all right. I'm very much, in belief that any citizen can have a license. I think pretty much every citizen has an identification, identification to vote with. They're hoping
I am all for ID. Picture ID, vote.
But people that they don't realize how racist it is to say that, oh well, black people may not have it. Like, are you kidding me? Like, shit, we buy beer, we buy lottery tickets, we buy
cell phones, you got bank accounts, you drive cars.
Everything else it takes to have identification, I can do.
Live and exist in the world.
But I might not have it so that I can go vote. Really?
And for them arguing, oh, well, there's people from places that can't get their ID and prove it. There are ways we can. There are ways we can make an exception to go, yes, you are a resident of the state, and here's your special ID that allows you to vote.
Yeah.
I mean, and how many 90 and 100-year-olds out there that can't get their birth certificates and shit like that are there going to be?
Not many.
And like I said, it's easy enough to prove that they live here and have lived. And I'm sorry, if you're 90 years old, living in a house that you've lived in there for 60 plus friggin' years, I'm probably not even going to ask if you're a citizen. I'm surprised. That's normally when most right-oriented people jump up and yell at me. Illegal voting. It's like, well, it's like the Dreamer kids that have gone through high school and everything. They don't know their own country. They only know America, yet supposedly they can't vote. They can't do bullshit, man. If you've lived here that long, you're integrated. That's what immigration is about. It's about integration.
Yeah, I think that's a horrible law, though. I mean, because that's what they do. Like they send their kids so that the kid can, and then it makes it impossible for you to get rid of the parent now because the kid is here.
Absolutely, I'm not 100% in agreement with it, but I also do. I understand it is a loop. The anchor baby thing is a loophole in the law.
Yeah,
but I also like capital punishment. I can't come up currently on my own with a better way to do it.
Well, no, they wouldn't. They would stop, drop them over the gate, over the fence that were what they used to be.
Oh yeah, they actually are walking through the desert while they're at the edge of labor. To make sure that they drop on American ground. Yeah. They'll come over here. Some of the women will come over, and I'm only saying this because I've talked to one. Actually, it was her sister that did it. Came over here, went to bars, started slutting around, got pregnant so she could not be forced to be deported. Doesn't know who the father is, but that doesn't matter because she now has to stay to take care of the baby, who is an American citizen. And she can apply for citizenship with him as her benefactor or as whatever. I don't know the terminology. I don't know all the terminologies. I've got to have my cheat page up with all that.
Yeah, don't feel bad about that. I don't know all the terminology either, but either way, I just think that it's just like that's just it's not a like I mean they're making it dangerous for these kids.
For the women that are
Well,
crossing.
well, the women too, but I'm saying
I mean, the
children.
pregnant women.
Okay, but I'm just saying the children who are trying to come into this world are the pregnant woman, of course. But what I'm saying is, if they didn't have that law, she wouldn't take that chance in the first place.
Yeah, she'd come either sooner or later.
Exactly. So you know what I'm saying?
But again, what can we do to make it better? Because the way our Constitution is worded is if you are born here, you are a citizen and protected by this Constitution.
Yeah, but I mean, if you take it like but if the mother is not, the child cannot be. Like that's should be a given. Like,
well, see, that's where our Constitution says if you're born on American soil, which also means if a near pregnant woman asks for asylum in an American embassy and the child is born in the facilities of that embassy, they are technically born as an American citizen because that is American soil. I mean, and this could be in France or Germany or China or anywhere.
Yeah, I think
I have a friend of mine born in Morocco that could never be president because she was born on, or technically now they've kind of changed the law to where you can be born somewhere else of American family and still be wholly American. But you were not originally, you weren't allowed to become president unless you were born on American soil.
Yeah, I think the only way that can happen, like, is if you're in the service, like you are in the, if you're in the service, in some other country or something, that's just deployed to some other.
That loophole, that definition is the one Ted Cruz is using to try to become president. Because he was technically born in Canada to American parents.
I'm sorry I had to step out. I've been on here like 4.5 hours. I had to take a little quick break.
No problem. You're overpowering with the mic.
It's too loud?
A little bit.
Okay. Is that better?
Yeah.
Let's look at this right here. It says bomb threats at polling places and the man who smelled like fuel outside the U.S. Capitol. Officials issue warnings on election day.
Now that upsets me when they say a man that smells like fuel, because no offense, I know a lot of mechanics and shit like that, but until they get cleaned off, they smell like a walking gasoline factory.
So I've seen that. But I
And
mean,
you're
truck
in
drivers.
the trucking industry. You know people like that.
There's truck drivers that deliver
gas on them.
Yeah, there's truck drivers that deliver fuel all day that smells like fuel just because the fumes or whatever. But okay. I mean,
You should have took a shower before you went to the voting booth. That's all.
Not if you ain't have enough time.
Yeah. Let me read this. It says the FBI said on November 5th that bomb threats have been made to polling locations across several states, many of which appear to originate from Russian email domains. None of the threats are credible thus far. Election integrity is among the FBI's highest priorities. We will continue to work closely with our state and local law enforcement partners to respond to any threats to our elections and to protect our communities as Americans exercise their right to vote. U.S. Capitol Police also arrested a man outside the Capitol Visitor Center who smelled like fuel, had a torch, and a flare gun. The CVC is closed for tours for the day. While we investigate, we will provide more information when we can. That could have been an excuse just to close it. Suspicious activity can be reported to state or local law enforcement or submit tips to FBI.
Cool. You blocked everything off.
Let me see. Let's play this.
Vote for Jill Stein will not be counted in this election. The reason that they're giving to the public is that the votes for Stein will not count because she dropped out of the race. Now, the reason that they're lying, which is illegal, about why they will not be counting votes for Jill Stein is because if you actually review the rule that is disallowing Jill Stein's votes from being counted, then you find out there might not be any election at all, at least in Ohio. You see, this story actually came up around September. And this article is from September 27, discussing how Ohio will invalidate votes for 2024 presidential candidate Jill Stein because of the VP swap. See, when Jill Stein first announced, she didn't have a vice presidential nominee, which is normal. So she put down Anita Rios, the former gubernatorial nominee for the Green Party, as a placeholder and made sure that the Board of Elections were aware of that. But as is customary for most parties, the vice presidential nominee was named at the convention for the Green Party on August 17th. So Rio made the Board of Elections aware that she will be taking her name off the ballot, as Butch Ware will be the vice presidential nominee for the Green Party. However, they refused to do this because this deadline of August 12th to replace a vice presidential candidate had already passed. Does anybody see a problem with that? Problem number one. The Democratic National Convention wasn't until August 19th, only 2 days after the Green Party National Convention, where Butch Ware was named the vice presidential nominee. In other words, not only did the Democrats not have a vice presidential nominee, but they didn't have a presidential nominee. And quite literally, they had to switch their vice presidential nominee at the last minute because it was supposed to be Kamala Harris. And the date of August 19th through August 22nd obviously falls well after this deadline of August 12th that Ohio's Board of Election is trying to hold the Green Party to. Interestingly enough, it was only Donald Trump and J.D. Vance of the Republican Party that was able to have their convention and be nominated by the deadline that Ohio has given. So by Ohio's own rules, only Trump can win that state. But rest assured, ladies and gentlemen, as more shenanigans begin to unfold during this election, you will be called a conspiracy theorist. You will be called anti-democratic. You will be called a fascist for calling it out, despite the fact that the proof, like this particular situation, is right in front of the world for everyone to see. Ladies and gentlemen, we live in a banana republic. Our elections are not legitimate. And outside of...
So, yeah, that's pretty interesting. I think one of the stories of this election is how the third-party candidates have been sidelined. I mean, it's the same thing that has been happening in the past, but you would think that, you know, as time goes on, we'd get a little more power in the direction of third parties and them having giving us a viable option other than Republicans and Democrats, which hasn't happened and continues to not happen. As far as them not voting Jill Stein's votes, you know, it's not surprising. You know, they go through extreme lengths to ensure that we have to vote the lesser of two evils. The Democrats benefit from having the Republicans to run against, and the Republicans benefit from having the Democrats to run against. Viable third parties throw a whole monkey wrench in their whole program for both sides. This one, it says 51 attorneys general signed a letter urging a peaceful transfer of power, notably absent Ken Paxton. I don't like this guy. Oh, he's corrupt, shady. It says on the eve of election day, 51 attorney general from around the country signed a letter condemning any potential violence and urging a peaceful transfer of power. Notably absent from the list, Texas Attorney General Ken Paxton. He was one of just 3 state attorneys general, including India's Todd Rakita and Montana's Austin Knudsen, who did not sign on to the letter. All 3 are Republicans. The attorneys general from several U.S. territories, as well as the District of Columbia, also signed on to the letter. Paxton's agency spokesman did not immediately respond to a request for comment. The Texas newsroom also reached out to the spokespeople for Governor Greg Abbott and Secretary of State Jan Nelson, whose office helps administer elections. The Houston Chronicle first reported Paxton's absence. Paxton has been active on social media in Election Day, urging conservatives to re-elect former President Donald Trump and celebrating his win to keep federal election monitors out of polling places. Yeah, so that's another thing, because they were talking about federal election monitors coming in, and Texas was like, nah, we're not having that. It says he also addressed the election on the radio Tuesday morning. Paxton has a fraught relationship with the organization that issued the letter.
Figure out how to get $12 of food off of that.
Hold on. Has a fraught relationship with the organization that issued the letter, the National Association of Attorneys General, or NAAG. The organization bills itself as a nonpartisan group that encourages collaboration among state attorneys general. Paxton was one of just a handful of attorneys general who did not sign the group's letter condemning the attack on the U.S. Capitol that took place on January 6, 2021. Instead, the then attorneys general of India, Louisiana, and Montana penned their own letter condemning all violent acts carried out in the name of political ideology. Paxton did not sign that letter either. Paxton and his wife, State Senator Angela Paxton, attended the pro-Trump rally that took place in Washington, D.C. on January 6th. So they were there. They was present. No wonder he don't want to sign that. It says polling sites targeted by false bomb threats. Around 30 false bomb threats have been made in multiple states, including Georgia, Arizona, Michigan, and Wisconsin, according to law enforcement officials. It's 7 o'clock. I don't know how much longer I'm going to go. I've been on here for a minute, y'all.
Public lands in Montana for the last decade to build luxury resorts for billionaires looking for their next vacation home. Now, Montana is one of the least affordable places to live in the country. This guy, Tim Sheehy, is one of these millionaire newcomers, and he's running for Senate, blaming immigrants and inflation for the housing crisis in Montana. But he's backed by a group aligned with the Koch brothers called Americans for Prosperity. They've already given Sheehy's campaign $3 million, and they want to block tenant protections and preempt laws that could build affordable housing. It's part of a national strategy funded by billionaires to give handouts to landlords and private developers. If Sheehy's elected, he'd become one of the richest people in Congress. He'd unseat the incumbent, Democrat Jon Tester. But most importantly, he'd be a threat to building a government that truly represents the interests of working class people. You need to be watching this race in Montana. Here's why. Private equity firms have been buying up public lands in Montana for the last decade to build luxury resorts for billionaires looking for their next vacation home. Now, Montana is one of the least affordable places to live in the country.
This kind of thing is happening all across the country. It says the housing crisis in Montana could determine who gets control of the U.S. Senate next year. Montana has become the least affordable place to live in the country, and it's from private equity firms buying up public land to build luxury resorts for the ultra-rich. One of these investors is Tim Sheehy, who is running to unseat Senator Jon Tester. Sheehy blames the housing crisis on immigration and inflation, but what he doesn't tell people is that he's backed by billionaire Koch brothers and the dark money PAC, Americans for Prosperity. If she is elected, he'd be a threat to building a government that truly represents the interests of working class people. I ain't gonna lie, I'm getting tired. Let's see. Do we have updates on the voting results? $35.95 now.
Reggie.
Yeah, no.
Kamala 35, Donald Trump 5. They call in Florida for Trump. It must be like, I wonder how many. Georgia looks pink in this. Why is Texas blue? Oh, because Kamala Harris got more votes in Texas right now. 11% of the votes counted. Wow, that's kind of crazy. Donald Trump winning in Florida, 86% of votes counted. That's a lot. So it wouldn't be surprising that he gets Florida. Donald Trump, 35% of votes counted. He's up. Pretty substantial lead in Georgia.
Never mind.
I don't know what you want. White meat, dark meat. I need to know just other stuff other than what you want.
South Carolina, 14% of votes.
Doesn't matter.
Let's see. Vermont, 25% of votes counted. You got Kamala. Let's see. They got Pennsylvania, 3% of votes counted. Kamala, 150,000. They got 68% of the vote for Kamala out of that 3%. All eyes gonna be on Pennsylvania. Virginia, 27% of votes counted. Kamala at 51%. North Carolina, 7% of vote counted. Kamala, 55%. Indiana, 30% of votes counted. 584,000 votes for Donald Trump, 62%. Looks like he's going to take that one. Kentucky, 39% of votes counted. Donald Trump at 66%. West Virginia, 12% of votes counted. Donald Trump, 63%. Tennessee, 2% votes counted. Donald Trump, 80%. I think this Georgia one is kind of surprising right here. Donald at 36% of the votes counted. Donald Trump at 56%. That looks like he's going to take that. And this is interesting too, because 16% of votes counted, and you got Donald Trump with 50% of the vote in Texas. So that's like neck and neck right there. Let's see. Somebody talking about what is happening. Let's click around a couple of these sites. What's going on? One second.
So Trump's pulling ahead. I don't know if it's enough yet.
Let's say that again.
I said Trump's pulling ahead, but I don't know if it's going to be enough to win yet.
Yeah, he's neck and neck in Texas, which is really interesting. Did you see that?
I told you just the other day that within the next 3 to 4 years, Texas is going to be a battleground state. And that's because literally Democrats deliberately moved to Texas to change the vote. Sad thing is, they came here for no income tax and better cost of living and everything. And now they're about to vote the exact same freaking policies in and stuff like that that required them to leave their states in the first place.
Trump running away with Oklahoma. Well, it's only 6% voting counting. 6% voting counting. He's got 73%.
She picks up really big in the second half of the votings. In all the states so far, she's gone from like 30 to like 40 or 50, even in when she's lost.
Yeah, I don't think you can really call any of these right now. They're just showing where they're at right now. Because Texas was blue a minute ago. Now it's pink. But Georgia won. That one is, it's only 36% of the vote, but that's a lot of the vote. And it's got Trump at 56%.
I expect Georgia to go blue this year or stay blue.
Well, right now it's looking like it's heading to red.
And unless all that stuff about the lawsuits and corruption and weirdness behind all of that connection between the people behind it really did affect the state that much. I don't think it did, though. But I don't live there, so I don't know.
Well, Florida is pretty much done. It's at 88% of votes counted, and it's got Trump with 55%. So that pretty much
Florida was going to be
pretty much call Florida for Trump. Yeah.
Pretty much the South is all Trump.
Yeah, you could pretty much
except
call.
for Louisiana and Georgia normally go blue. Now, Georgia used to be solid red about 10 years ago. Matter of fact, I think they went blue during Obama and didn't go back.
I always think of Louisiana as red.
It was when we were growing up. But in recent years, it's been blue.
We cannot leave it out.
So far, there's still a lot to go. The early returns are favoring the Democrats. Harris has a 50-point lead up on Trump right now. Some say that there's something called the blue mirage. Sometimes we see that early votes can be tabulated first. Sometimes those can favor Democrats. They call that the blue mirage in some cases. There's some states where a red mirage could be possible as well. So it's possible that that's what we're seeing in these very early minutes in Pennsylvania. And while you have me here, Andrew, let's also take a look at Michigan. That's one of these other battlegrounds. Only 2%. I can only stress this is very preliminary data, but so far Harris with just about almost a 50-point lead over Trump right now. So,
Yeah,
are there any
even with
bellwethers?
2%. Well, that's swung over in.
We're going to be waiting for quite some time as they tabulate results in some of those bigger counties. Specifically, we're going to be watching the Detroit area. That's where so many of those votes come from in Michigan.
Yeah, you're seeing in Indiana.
Go ahead. What you were saying?
In Indiana and Kentucky, the first two states we were talking about, he had a significant lead, and he's dropping that lead in both of them as the polls stay open, as more and more votes. So. So I think we're getting that early red look, and then it's going to be a big blue chunk because most of the states to the west are red for the most part, but there's several states that are may not go red this time.
Democrats there for Harris in the blue column as well, but these are the numbers that we have. I want to put that up again. Trump getting this into his electoral college tally, those 7 electoral votes. Harris getting Maryland there in her electoral college tally, 10 electoral votes for Harris. And to Austin Westfall's point, a lot of results coming in there in Georgia, also in Pennsylvania and in Michigan. All right, we do have a race call in Tennessee here, 11 electoral votes going to the Trump column there for Republicans there in Tennessee.
How can they call it with only 10%
Tennessee,
of votes?
Austin, we do want to bring into the conversation more of our experts, analysis, and reporters who cover this election day in and day out, or at least have. That's including the New York Post's Cameron Arcand. He joins me. Cameron, good to see you here. So give us a sense. Yes, we've gotten a lot of race calls in for states that aren't necessarily surprises, but we have gotten some of these results in from some of these battleground states. There's a lot of dichotomies at play right now when you look at the vote share with Trump and the vote share with Harris. Rural versus urban and suburban pockets. Also, some of these key demographics as well, the elderly and the youth, men and women, but also between early voting and same-day voting here. Cameron, what are you looking at right now?
I'm looking at the difference between the Sun Belt and the northern states right now and the dynamic between those two, particularly because we saw a lot of people move to states like Florida, like Georgia over the past several years in the post-COVID era, and really trying to figure out how those people are going to vote compared to 2020, where they might not have even lived in these states at this point yet. So obviously it's still early. I've seen exit polling showing that issues like border and the economy are at the top of the list, and keeping
That dude was getting on my nerves.
You want to fight with me? Here.
Indeed. Logan, what you got for us, Logan, with regard to Pennsylvania? Obviously, this is very early,
4%.
friends. We got 4% here. We got Kamala Harris up big, 70% to 28%. But again, this is 4% reporting. Looks like we got some Pittsburgh votes here, though, that maybe we could take a look at as well. Logan, anything that you noticed here that jumps out?
You know, it's just too early. I'm not shocked to hear that Kamala Harris is on track to win Pittsburgh. But with 4%,
Go lay down somewhere.
Not a lot we can say.
Did you guys get anything out of the interview? I wasn't able to hear all of it.
Yeah, what did you think of that,
What
Ryan?
did you think?
So interesting that the Teamsters.
What?
I'm so embarrassed that we heard any of my wheat rant.
Oh, you seemed like you enjoyed it. And I was like,
Yeah, he was.
loosened him up for our conversation.
I mean, basically,
shouldn't
from a
have
horse
to
race
yet.
perspective, he thinks it's on a knife's edge.
Yeah.
Yeah, and that.
There's it. I know. I
Maybe
shouldn't
they
have.
win, maybe they don't.
He's
Like,
seeing the same probably exit
Yes.
poll data that Logan was crunching the numbers for that has it at
And yes, he's aggravating the fuck out of me
40%
too.
difference between the two candidates.
That is so crazy.
He's acting like he wants to be
Yeah.
outside.
He was careful to say, he said, listen, where I am in Philly, huge turnout,
Yeah.
right? Democrats are doing everything they need to do, but what I can't see,
well, the
Fair
Puerto Rican
enough.
thing was interesting
Did
because
he pull the whole leg bone down?
is that close.
oh my God.
Because there's like,
Oh,
it's
he
not a
went for-
joke. There's a ton of Puerto Ricans.
You got to give him
It's
points
not
for
a joke. A ton of
It
Puerto
is-
Ricans.
You know what?
potentially.
It is actually true.
Yeah.
If she wins Pennsylvania
By 10,000 votes.
0.3% of a vote,
It's
and
Hinchcliffe.
it was a big Puerto Rican turnout in areas in Philly that had previously
and
depressed.
Allentown and Scranton.
Oh my God.
And Reading.
That would
Yeah.
be the craziest outcome.
Now, you know, I remember because I stayed around after my segment, not this past Monday, the Monday before, when you were in,
Guys, pull up. There he is.
you and Saga were talking about the MSG rally's impact, and you
Yeah.
were pretty on the nose about thinking that this had a potential to break through. It sounded a little different, and you know, Trump says a lot of wild things that don't break through. I think after 3 presidential runs, that's more true now than ever. But maybe having an ally that echoes some of the themes that voters dislike about.
Yeah, I don't think it's so early. Nobody really has anything to say right now. I think I'm gonna wrap it. I've been on 5 hours. I'm tired. My brain's not working anymore. I keep getting phone calls too. I don't know what's that about. But anyways, I'm gonna get out of here, y'all. Peace and love. Thank y'all for listening. Thank y'all for joining. And we will see what will happen. I don't know. I might come back on. Look at some results. Peace, y'all.
Peace. Love. Out.